Okay, stream seems to be live now. Yes. All right, we're thumbs up. We're online on YouTube. Don't know what went wrong there. That was weird. Hate when I play civs that are weak in feudal after being back the Mongol Tower Rush. I'm expected to play aggro into a civ with double production trade. So he wants trade nerfed so that taxation's the only way to get gold eternally on the map. So what I'm hearing here is China buffs. Crackety wants China buffs. There you go. We got it back to China. We always do. All right. Should we get ready for the game? Ooh. Agree that early game is too... Oh, sorry. I'll catch up with this and then we're going. Agree that early game is too slow with minimal player interactions, but there isn't an easy fix. Exactly. And it's like one thing I've highlighted. Like I remember I talked to one of the devs about this, and I said I think that that sheep roulette is bad for the game, and they agreed. But they said because of the way the game has been designed from the ground up, it's very difficult to remove sheep roulette. Like, how do you fix that with all the different bounce timings? Do you have, do you just give everyone the sheep at the start? Well, that would buff certain civs more than others, right? But like, sheep roulette at the beginning to me feels sucky. And if they accelerate at the start of the game, they'd actually have to get rid of sheep roulette as a knock-on effect. Because if you don't get rid of sheep roulette, then you basically have to choose between not knowing what you're playing against or not getting food. Because the faster speed, the faster ramp up the start of the game means you play uninformed. So do you then give 2 scouts? Okay, does that buff certain civs more? So on and so forth. I could also just play Roos all day. There you go. Crackety got 2 civs. No, dude. No. Crackety, you need to play Order the Dragon all day. That's what we want. Order of the Dent. I don't give a crap about this Byzantine stuff. Give me Crackety, Order the Dragon all day. And Q into DQC more, please. Thank you. Oh, speaking about weak feudal civs. Gotcha. All right, NA bout ahead of us. What and all, welcome back there before action. It's time for Faye versus GUA. Which, for some reason, I can't actually smash across to him because he hasn't deployed his TC. Because he's playing as the Mongols. Japanese versus Mongols. We're hitting that piece of history. We're going to see if Faye is able to be the Ghost of Tsushima or if she's going to have to bow to the Mongol Empire here. Interesting matchup. Looking at the ranks of these two as we hop into this, I'm going to pull up her page. It looks like they are... Oh, there's a little bit of a gap here, actually. 1,902 ELO for GUA, 1,782 for Faye at the time of recording. But Faye tends to have games every once in a while where she literally just insta-GG. So I'd say these two are actually very, very closely matched. Curious to see what they can do on a map like Golden Pit. A map where I actually think the Mongols have some decent plays. It depends on the spawn a little. Like, for example, if your opponent gets a jackpot like this, no aggro play opening. But otherwise, there are ways you can easily kind of deny away critical resources. One thing that is a bit sticky about this matchup, and I'm hoping for that reason that the Mongols don't go for Rax drop, is if you try to Rax aggro the Japanese on an opener, the owner Bigisha punish you in feudal age. So we'll see which way that he wants to go. It looks like he is going to be opening with the Rax. Faye, meanwhile, on the other side of this, has got berries really close to base. Outpost could kind of deny this, but you can't burn down the house. And then behind this, reaching this golden stone takes quite the task. Sheep-wise, also, she's already at 9, so she's not going to suffer for that reason. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think Mongols is a really hit-and-miss civ. Right now, Golden Pit, out of all the maps in rotation, probably has the most inconsistent and weird spawns. And on top of that, like, someone's highlighting, I think Cracky's highlighting about the Coca right now. We've talked about this before. Like, Coca Township, in my eyes, used to be, like, a broken solution against the Mongols because of this. Like, look how loose their production is on the Uvu. But ever since the Coca Township got nerfed, so that now it doesn't instantly spawn a Shinobi, I think the timings are really hard for the Japanese to shut down the feudal opening for the Mongols. The alternative, though, isn't any better. If you go for a Kuristo House, you're just feeding farms over to your opponent, and you have no control over it, right? Like, you can try to build buildings, realistically, just block farms that are further away from the TC, but ultimately, that takes a lot more time to build into. That takes idling out wood, placing palisades there, and also, if there's an outpost rush anywhere near the Kura, it means that you just can't even move out to block them in the first place. Looks like this Khan is coming in to scout what's going to be happening over here. Let's actually hit the 2 times. I've got to do that this time around. It is going to be Koka. Yep, I like Koka so much here. Like I said, I don't think it's as great as it once was. I actually think Koka Township, especially on maps like Cliffside, for example, used to be the pivotal counter against Mongols. You just couldn't open up into archers because you got torched on the production and you were stuck on basically spears. You would have to build production next to the TC, which kind of defeated the point of Uvu entirely. But it looks like there has been a pushback. GUA is going to get the outpost up a little bit deeper than I was expecting originally here. Kind of surprised this is being given over. Then again, it's not the end of the world, right? Losing out on the berries does feel kind of sucky, but Faye, she already took 2 and a little bit off of this. She almost got half the berries. And she has got backup options. Berries to the south side, deer to the north. So she's not going to be starved out by this detail alone. And yeah, this is the sucky thing, right? This is what I don't like about this change. So the devs, they changed the way Koka Township worked because as it stood, the Shinobi looked kind of broken on water maps, but on land maps, it becomes impossible to usually justify this play. Because now this outpost is coming up, usually you'd have a Shinobi out that would sabotage and get the bonus damage on a half-constructed building. That means the follow-up villager rush kills the outpost. Now, your first Shinobi comes out, there's already an outpost. You dive that, you die. It just doesn't feel great here. But I do like that she's moving away with the Shinobi. She's pumping more of them. The goal now is to move across, block any racks from scaling more troops, and also block any follow-up play into archers or stable units because you can permanently disable the buildings. Good news as well is obviously she has got the gold on the backside, right? So this outpost didn't hit what it needed to. If GUA had somehow blocked the gold, this would have been close to a GG condition because you wouldn't be able to get the Shinobi. They cost 60 gold each, but instead, she's able to wrap around the backside. And she's able to start torching down the Uvu. Remember, you can just sabotage the racks non-stop here and prevent all production. GUA, meanwhile, hasn't made a choice yet. He's going for the arrow slits on the forward instead. So I don't like that he's delaying getting into an archery range here. The sooner you can get a few archers, the sooner you can push back against this Shinobi spam. Food and wood is the one thing you can get access to, and if you don't have double production, delaying your archery range timing actually hurts quite a bit here. Especially Faye's plan to be greedy, which, if I'm not mistaken, this is looking a bit more like we might be heading towards a fast castle play. She only has 2 people in the wood. At this pacing, she'll be close to what she needs to tech up when she's ready to drop her stables. And I love this. Scout plus the Shinobi. I can't remember who it was that said this. I think 1 or 2 players mentioned this just before the expansion dropped last year, that they thought the next big evolution of pro play was going to be optimizing around deer pushes, even on maps where the deer don't spawn anywhere near you. And well, on this map, they spawn quite close, so this play is very justified. Shinobi plus the Scout will push it all the way back, and that means that Faye has all the food she needs, not just to reach Castle Age, but also to open with Mounted Samurai. Rax, meanwhile, is busy trying to give birth to spearmen that will never be. It's like, I just wanna exist. Wait, Faye. Come on. All right. If she sabotages straight away, it's fine. There we go. So no upgrade coming in. These spears can't fight. She just needs to keep an eye on this, right? You don't want these spearmen upgrading. If they do upgrade, they'll be able to fight you back. Instead, though, it looks like because the Khan's here, she's a little bit spooked. Is going to start to back away. That free damage does add up over time. We have got a Rax plus Blacksmiths, but no archery range, no stables. This is looking more and more like a rush. A little bit too much gold being gathered by Faye. I'd love to see her switch over to the food now. Just kind of yoink that as quickly as possible here. Wait, we've actually got a ram coming from GUA. In fairness, we forgot that this is how his career began, right? Meanwhile, the Shinobi. Wait, what? Wait, did Faye really just try to dive in and start stabbing at the ram? Oh my god, that's incredible. I mean, you have really good damage here, right? 20 base damage, but that's pretty ambitious. No, Faye, no! That was so unnecessary. Okay, I do think that Faye dropped the ball here. Actually, I don't think that GUA should have 10 spearmen at this stage in the game. She messed up quite a bit, allowing those 2 spearmen to come up at home. She could have just torched down the racks and forced them away. I mean, Uvu's kind of ambitious to go for as a target anyway. But the double Sabo is meant for the production building. So, you know, rough situation for GUA, but he has more of a fighting chance than he otherwise should here due to the ram and now 14 spearmen on the field. And it looks like because of this... Wait, what? I mean, this has to be Onimusha. If this is not Onimusha, she's smoking something. Outpost is going to get dented at least, and that's going to be payday. But just to get it out of fire range here. Need to be careful, actually, because that can start feeding over a lot of resources, Faye. Body blocks are good from the Scout plus the villagers here. Spearmen are having to commit to the dive. Meanwhile, tech up is now complete. So Faye, is it going to be Onimusha? She's got the food together. They're on the way. This is really cool, actually, because it counters the Khan as well. Meantime, you have given over 50 bounty here with the loss of the outpost and the lumber camp. And now, I think 2 rams is a bit overkill, right? Like, when Onimusha start coming out, sure, they can't answer the ram, but they can actually answer the spearmen. I see that. You have to micro them, though. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, this is the point in the game where you go south side. Like, the berries are unguarded right now. It's a bit risky because she doesn't know that, but the alternative is standing here on deer with this many villagers being idled up. Spearmen start to dive, though. Outposts aren't going to last long here. Villagers, what are you doing? Leave! Oh my god. I mean, this game should be borderline over right now, but between GUA shenanigans and the pathing of these villagers, it's much closer than it should be. Onimusha, now big enough and scary enough. These spearmen are going to start getting whittled down. 10 base damage, no range defense, means you can't really fight up against this. If you could touch them, sure, right? And that's why when you were pushing the base like GA was, it was fine for you to keep going because the Onimusha didn't have anywhere to run to, right? Because they have to guard. But now when you start to peel back like this, it becomes problematic. You just start feeding over freebies time and time again. I actually love the Onimusha play here, man. It's just going to give you so much map control. Like, you know your opponent either has to be going for pastures or they have to be going out into risky resources. And either way, you can block that, right? If they're on the deer, you shoot them down. If it's pastures, you can shoot the sheep as they come out. Either way, Onimusha feels really good. Villagers will be able to finish off those rams. GUA, did he get enough value out of this? He did actually get the breathing room to start teching up. He does now know he's up against Onimusha. Problem is, he doesn't really have the long-term food access to go Horseman, and I don't rate Keshik as a solution well here. Right? Like, he's going for Step Readout, which makes sense on this map. I actually think this is one of the few maps where going Step Readout makes a lot of sense. But the bad thing is that it means you have to play gold-heavy units. And I'm already seeing the question asked, and I don't like it. Magadai versus Onimusha. In theory, it's good, right? Because you're able to keep attacking, they have to start step. But if you get caught escalating the numbers, if you don't actually manage to get up to like 10 Magadai before you're seen, you can't get close enough. It's kind of like the Lombo versus Archer effect, right? It's like, oh, if you get enough of these, they're great. Just get in range. Yeah, but if you have like 5 Archers, the Lombos will kill you before you touch them. Tech up complete. Outposts have been built. That is going to keep the Onimusha at bay. And wait, are you kidding me? Okay, GUA is fine. If he actually did want to go for some Magadai here, he'd actually have time. I have a feeling he's going to rely on static defenses and spearmen, though. Interesting. An argument about Magadai being trash, and someone's trying to say they're misunderstood. By misunderstood, do you think that they're not recyclable? Because they're definitely trash. It's just a matter of what box they go in. Oh my god, he's actually trying to go for it as well. I think this is actually not Magadai. It should just be normal archers, right? Villagers being sniped, though. Either way, it's not going up. So Faye, now camping in the perfect position. And the transition's underway. She's moving into the Mountain Samurai. So let's really not do Magadai here. Wait, he's making Mena up. I mean, I guess you've got lots of gold. Okay, so the problem here is, like, typically any follow-up that Faye's going to do, Men-at-Arms is not better than Spearman. If it's Samurai on horseback, you want Spearman. If it's Samurai on footback, you want Spearman, because your Men-at-Arms are going to die anyway, right? So instead, you want to be putting food and gold into crossbows, not into Men-at-Arms. That must have been a misclick. There's no way he actively wants these. What? Oh my god, he can't get the second archery range up again. Also, this many Onimusha will just start sniping crossbows when they come out. It's double production, mind you, but still difficult. In the meantime, Mount Samurai are going to move out to deal with that outpost. Looks like there's a move for the relics. 2 already on the way home for Faye. Crossbows are going to come up with the backstab now, so Onimusha have to start a step away. Unfortunately, the drawn fire to different targets means they are going to get cleared up here. Faye has been reset. And you know, you might be wondering, why is Faye throwing the game right now? Where are all the extra Onimushas? Where are all the Mounted Samurai? That's the weakness of going Coco Township. She doesn't have that yet. She doesn't have these free farms being added in, and this is the impact of it, right? Like, imagine this game at 14 minutes in with a curse to a house. You have the food to keep pumping. You never stop coming into the base, but unfortunately, because the Mongols get fed by your farms, it's too risky for Faye to have even tried that. Hence, now, in this mid-game, a point in the game where usually a Japanese player would get a GG, GUA gets an opportunity to breathe. Love this as well. The Kaburaya gives you the ability to just kind of gap close or break away when the spearmen crossbows come out. And that's important considering that Onimusha have better tower range than crossbows. So you can just kind of edge the range a bit. Farms also now being added in. Daimyo level 1, 2 should be feasible soon. Especially with the rate that she's going through the gold. In fact, she's actively moving on the stone now, so pretty good sign here. She understands what she needs, right? Like, she's got a good position here. She's getting most of the relics off the map. It makes a lot of sense just to kind of play for that later phase in the game. Funny thing as well is, like, for the desperation play that Mongols have to make with a step readout into central golds eventually, they don't have the strength of other civs. The reason why Mongols feels kind of weird on Golden Pit is if you can't win in the first 15 to 20 minutes, it becomes about the central gold. And the issue with that is you don't have keeps. So you don't have a great defense to hold that area. And because you went step readout, you don't have the buffer of Kurotai to push it either. Going through on the outpost. I think this was kind of early for Faye. She's idling out the food a little bit, but the reality is at this stage, Pashas will be built, so she's not going to starve her opponent out. Just diving in there just costs you more than you gain, right? The Mountain Samurai take quite a beating. Doesn't lose too many units in the end, but it could have been pretty bad if the targeting started going onto the Onimusha instead. So I think if Kaburya could be activated instead of automatic, it would be OP. It's balanced because it works this way. So like a good opponent will see Kaburya and they'll trigger it at a bad position for their opponent so that when the Japanese look to push, they don't have any more. It makes much more sense this way. Push in. Enemy lost the abandonment. So it looks like the Onimusha have lost the damage they need to actually test this any longer. GUA behind this is still only playing 1 TC, so we aren't seeing any additional eco-inflation. Step readout does give you a pretty big booster here, though. You've got, what, 14 people on this, so you get an extra 7 villages worth of gathering. But on the flip side, we're going to have Daimyo level 2 soon. And that's when these farms really start to kick you in the teeth. Not to mention the fact that, what, 4 relics soon? And we've also got the drops of Yoroshiros into things other than production. So just extra eco being laid in for the Japanese. Love the wall coming out from Faye. She realizes that Mongol armies can actually still go on the offensive here, but it's slow. So just putting a small wall, even not a complete wall, it deters GUA from trying to look for the eco. Instead, he's going to have to look to a main fight. So he's going to have the mango for that. I do think that GUA is the one who has to rush in this game now. He's behind on economy. And this matchup, if it reaches Imperial Age, I actually quite heavily favor the Japanese. I think they have really good options. I think Onobugisha plus Samurai Spam is kind of difficult for Mongols to deal with when they don't have Kurotai. Maybe if you have enough of those cannon outposts, but that's not imp, that's imp plus to me. And I don't see the game necessarily reaching that phase. Like, if these farms get fully set up and you get 30 farms plus underneath the Daimyo, that's where Faye will be strongest in this game. And that's typically where a Japanese player can look to end this kind of engagement. Between the engagement. Backstab comes in! That's a freebie. Beautifully done by Faye. Cost her 2 of those Mounted Samurai, but now it frees up the Onimusha to dictate this fight. The abandonment effect is still in effect. Say that 10 times. Man, this is so annoying. Like, you just can't move in these fights. I think the issue right now for GUA is you've got this Deer Stone, but why is it sitting here? You've got an outpost. Move the Deer Stone to the front side, because if you have that mobility, you can actually sometimes pinch these Onimusha. It also would have given him the movement speed to stop that backstab coming in. Instead, GUA, the moment he moves out, he ends up going back to where he started, and that means that Faye can now look to raid in again. A little bit of poke and prod coming through. Don't want to hang around too long here. Looks like the Bannerman will just about live, so the aura is going to remain. That's really important. Okay. Are you kidding? What? 9 tower range my ass. Pressurized 9 tower range. I was about to say, that was a big deal. If the Bannerman survived on 2 HP, even if he died at the beginning of the next fight, the banner aura would have stayed here for 30 seconds, right? So him actually going down is pretty annoying for Faye. but she's going to replace him anyway. And now, because she has the level 2 Daimyo, she can afford to get free with Bannerman. So it's very difficult at this stage for GUA to remove that aura from the fights. Burn on the outpost. Looks like villagers are going to rush to repair just in time. Free HP. Keeps it up. That's actually very important. Those outposts are quite pricey, right? You're paying the base resource cost 100, then you're paying 175 for the upgrades. So a good save there. However, the Spearmen overextended slightly. And they are getting punished for it. Behind this, the second TC now in. So Faye, eco inflating. A second TC timing actually mirrored by GUA, but the difference is going to be farms versus the pastures, right? Breakthrough for the second group. Love the fact that Faye's splitting up. Just looking for opportunities in different areas. Bloody Spearman placements. Burial activated, so she'll keep chasing. But now it's going to be a turn on that outpost, and these Knights, I don't think they're going to be quick enough. To me, this feels like Faye is just jumping the gun time and time again with these dive-ins. I don't think this is necessary. Like, if you run past it, it makes a lot more sense. But to waste all your time on an outpost with a Spearman placement with what is essentially just 4 torches and then squishy units, feels like a terrible trade here. Meanwhile, losing fights on both sides of the map. Onimusha is slow to peel back there. I mean, it almost felt like Faye was looking for a throwaway into a new unit type, but she's actually legitimately just still going for Onimusha. Nice, also being thrown away. At some stage, you just got to take a breathing point in these fights. It's kind of scary because you're letting GUA escalate into a main bulk army, but I think to just keep jumping in like this is costing you dearly. Remember, those Onimushas are more expensive than crossbows. Fairness to her, more farms are being added in, but it's not like it's a bulk farm load, right? She is playing gold in the center, so she's playing a bit more dangerous now. Area that she has to hold. She's got her own Spearman placement. Upgrade is coming in, but it's 20 seconds out. If the torches rush in, it won't complete. However, instead, GUA, the A-clicks, are baiting his army away. Looks like he'll finally bring it back just in time. Enough spears. She'll be able to get this low enough. So outpost, although fortification possibly completes, it's not going to be worthwhile if it does. 5 seconds left. 140 health left over. And it just doesn't matter anymore. So it looks like the outpost is going to get upgraded just in time to be a complete waste of stone. Still, numbers are pretty close, right? Like 42 to 30. And you have to remember when you look at army value, it's absurd the difference here. Faye, although the numbers may be close, it's the effectiveness of her units. Base damage pretty good on Onimusha, mobility much better. The tankiness of these knights, even going into Spearmen. It's a pretty big difference, and it also means that although GUA is trying to make some progress onto the central golds, he now has to react on the flank every time afterwards. Once again, raids coming in. Double mangoes are being built this time, and in fairness to GUA, he actually has enough troops to defend it. Oh, please, please, can we not go after the outpost again? This is killing me and you. I think she's finally going to get it for once, but it pains me to think about how much health was lost to kill this outpost. I mean, Gio doesn't even care. Look at him. He's marching forward. It's a smart read, right? Like, most of what's here is squishy. It's Onimusha. 80 health on these units. Like, there's only 3 knights to tank with. So, if the TC just targets them down, whittles away at them with the Spearman placements as well, pretty much don't have to worry about this army. And it gets you an opportunity to starve Faye out of gold. Now, she does still have some way to go. 2.3k left in the coffers. Food is now being bolstered up. We are up to about 15 farms here. Make that 19. And we are now seeing a switch into Onimusha. However, GUA is already prepped with that, with the mass archers. Oh man, is she going to get enough together? I mean, there's a backstab maneuver coming in here. Only 3 cav units that can actually deal with the mangoes, but that would be enough if she can reach it. And right now, that's giving you a little bit of anxiety. I can't believe I made that comment. It's giving a bit of anxiety back to GUA himself here. Mangoes. God, remember old mangoes and how they'd hit the entire farm area? Good old days to the Mongols. Push comes in though. Mount Samurai leaking around the side. The Onimusha distract. GUA A-clicking the wrong side of this fight, and now the backstab comes in. Oh no. Onimusha. They take a heavy hit, but it's worthwhile for the cleanup. Faye, with the 3-pronged attack, shuts down the army. GUA, another costly loss because of the push. Man, this is getting hard. It's so difficult for GUA to ever move out on this map. This time at least wasn't a mobility issue, it was just a timing issue. Faye, this is kind of the snowball point, right? From here on out, she looks good. Shogunate on the way. Farm count around this is at what, like 15 or 19 in total? I think there was some farms elsewhere. Then she's going to be probably adding in an extra 10 plus in the next minute. That's when the food income just doesn't stop. GUA on the other side of this, there's nothing premium about what he's doing, right? The premium element was the siege. But the siege has failed. And now, up against Mass Onibagisha, he's scaling even more spearmen. And a third TC now in the center for Faye. Well, she's about to get long-term gold access, that's for sure. You know, if you actually just take the few Mount Samurai we've seen out of this one, this has basically been a ladies-only strategy. From the top-ranking lady in the Age of Empires 4 scene. And she's showing her power as well as the owner's power here. Una Faye on the way to start raiding. Third TC added in by GUA behind this. So temporarily he has gained an eco lead, but that might be about to flip the other way. Faye, riding in. Double outpost, third one being built up, but it's not going to be quick enough. GUA is going to have to migrate the area, but not without losses here. Textiles at least minimize them. But Faye goes deeper. She knows she can get the targets. Villagers chased away. A few will be sniped down, rushing up the defenses. Behind this, Faye, now with 1,500, maybe that's 1,600 food a minute. She can afford to lose a few of these troopers because she's got plenty more where that came from. Mass Onibagisha. And she's got all the melee techs, right? Adachi switch up also coming in, so she's adding in Samurai. Dude, this is a sick read. Faye, she's going to force GUA off of spears into mass archers, and then she's going to throw through with Samurai. And the thing that works about this is the way she optimized, right? Like, this is a very smart game plan coming up from Faye. In this matchup, had she gone for an opening of Samurai or mounted Samurai, she would have lost the game because of the Koka Township, because she didn't have enough food. God, this hurts to lose, though. But outside of what she's just done there, mostly she's been optimal about keeping her food-heavy units alive long enough that she was able to get away with pocket economies until farms were ready. That's a smart read by Faye. Like, a lot of players will just dive in still for that Mounted Samurai opening, and they'll lose the game because of it. The choice to go in for Onimusha is exactly why she was able to survive the mid-game, where Koka Township makes you most weak. Now the food numbers about to surge. Onibagisha spam is pretty much all she needs for the time being. Third TC. Rushed up now by the 21 villagers. Plenty of gold to come for Faye. Farm count still only at 19, but I mean, this is the point where you should look for a massive chop through, right? Just to get your hands on what you need to add in another 20 farms. Meantime, though, that wood has gone elsewhere. Triple mangonel. Are you kidding me? Oh, man. DUA, you need to get out fast, buddy. Run for the high hills. You have problems right now. He did not prep Springalds for this. And already that level 1 Daimyo upgrade. Love that detail, right? Like, it's your forward defense now. I wouldn't be surprised if Faye rushes a Shogunate Castle in the center. It's your keep drop effect, right? Like, it's very expensive, but the alternative keep requires Imperial Age for the Japanese. Gee way. Is he thinking about Imperial himself? I mean, it might be the one way he can kind of eke out of this, but it's very dangerous when you're exposed like this against Mass Onibagisha. Archers are at least going to spot the villagers moving out. But Onibagisha nearby, so they should be able to blunt that. Now, wrap round. We talked about this wall early and how it's going to deter GUA with what is a limited melee force. He might not want to hang around to burn through a wall, so instead he arcs towards the main base of Faye. However, if this goes wrong, folks, that means he's completely out of position against Mass Mangonels. This needs to be quick. Faye sees him coming, though. The outpost snoops on it. Mango's coming in. GUA is going to back up, or is he? He turns for the fight. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Mangoes! Oh, no! GUA! Look at the health bars on this army now. Onibagisha going to chase it away, but they're able to chase you down, not just away. GUA now going to lose the army at a critical juncture here where he's looking to go greed. He's going to have to rebuild. I mean, there's no way. If you rush Imperial Age here, this could all just be over. Especially considering the momentum she now has pushing in here. Onibagisha will push this back, probably wipe out the army. GUA behind this is stockpiling for Imperial Age. Without a new army behind this would just kill him. Man, what a sick read. What a timing there. Faye, that outpost just spotting it early. The lack of vision for GUA, making him a little bit late to react to the quadruple mangonel hit. GUA, after that reset now, Faye, she gets the Shogunate on the front side. White Stupa is on the way, but the farm count is escalating up to 21. We should be adding in about another 15 now. In fact, the cool thing about this fourth Shogunate is after the gold has expired, you can set up farms here as well. Just gives you omni flexibility between food and gold in the center of the map. Onabagisha, in the meantime, are going to move in on the Spring Ults. One will get away, and one will go down. And unfortunately, that means GUA is about to lose gold. Oh my god, wait, no. No, this... Oh, this could actually just be over. Legit, if Faye just camps the gold, GUA's dead. Second wave comes in. He's got to migrate the area. Tech up complete, but no gold to work with. GUA has a trickle of 80 gold a minute, and that is it. Oh my dear god, and we are seeing exactly why Mongols struggle on this map. They have to go step redoubt, but by going step redoubt, you have no cruel type buff to fight back. And now with no gold, no siege, no anti-siege, nothing to speak of here. GUA is hamstrung in this one. Step redoubt's going to pack up and look to move away, but the Onabagisha should just be able to frag this down. Mongols, we've seen it multiple times here. This Civ needs to win in 20 minutes on this map, or just it feels like it flatlines, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. Faye, I imagine she'll look for some stone to gather and look for a keep drop where that step redoubt just was. At that stage, GUA has nothing left. This game is over. I mean, GUA will go for one last Ura. You might as well 30 minutes into the game, but without any access to gold, with Tanegashima Gunsmith now on the way for the Japanese, the Onabagisha numbers never shrinking, GUA's answers are incredibly limited. What a cool game, though. I love the early game from both the players, actually. Like, GUA, very ambitious Ram Rush timing, just didn't work out there. Great hold from Faye. Good follow-up into Onimusha, where most people would have went for the losing play, which would have melee units here. Gets her for a really sticky point in this game, and now I don't really know how GUA gets through his own sticky point. If he can't get on gold in the next 30 seconds, it's over. Right now, this is a guy who has reached Imperial Age, and he has, well, basically nothing that really matters in Imperial bar the shutter triggers. And the problem with that is your opponent can easily get shutter triggers themselves because they have well over 1,000 gold in reserve. Moving out. And the reason Faye's not guarding gold is the outpost sees it all. So she'll know the moment he sets up. And here we go. Step redoubt is back. Faye backs up to protect her tech up, but she should be going in the next 30 seconds. And the issue with this is right now, GUA doesn't have the gold to start prepping his upgrades. It means when they clash, Faye will have the upgrades for her units into elite status first. GUA, he needs some outposts here. He needs cannons. Cannons is the one thing that might save him here and hold this area. Mangonels hitting onto the outposts. Rocket launcher makes this difficult to dive, though. And GUA yet to queue up those cannons. I mean, I actually think the gold going there is more valuable than into the upgrades right now. It just matters that you're able to stay here. If you get pushed off it again, it's over. Look at this. All the upgrades coming in. More Yoshiras on the way. Elite status. Faye is going to wait for that. It's going to align perfectly here, actually, with all the upgrades. The melee, the undermesh, as well as the Yaki-Iri to get the 4th melee tech upgrade. So, Yaki-Iri. Wait, is he... I feel like he's... Wow, he's actually... He's bluffing. That's actually sick by GUA. Right now, when Faye sees all these outposts, she's like, oh, cannon emplacements. None of them have cannon emplacements because he can't afford the gold. It's too much for him right now. So, like, GUA is essentially just punting, and he's making a calculated risk right here. He's taking a calculated risk that his opponent won't realize what's happened here. That he's so gold-starved, he can't afford cannons. First one now coming in, but a lot of these remained empty for far too long. Unfortunately, Faye did not realize it. Instead, still waiting for those upgrades. The head patting going on here. Not going to be enough to keep Faye out here, so it looks like the Shinto are going to be taken out on the right side sacred site. Just with Shinto's... Wait, what, guys, what are you... Okay, is she testing for cannon emplacements right now? She is. Well, she should have noticed that no cannon shots came out, so now the Onabagisha go in. It's still only for archers. Crossbow's been upgraded, but you actually need the archers upgraded here. Mango's moving in. And that's going to be a pushback. Upgrade's now coming through, but the worst possible time because this is where the Mangoes could shut you down. On a Big E shot. Cannon shots now come out. Frontline has to hold, but the siege is gone. GUA has nothing to hold this. Military down to 30. A cannon emplacement that will not last long, and this game is over. GUA, he gets 2k gold out of this, but that is all he will ever see. Gisha pushed this back. Eco now idled out. Army is looking grim. Mango's moving even deeper. And the outpost going down quickly. Order tactics about to complete in just 25 seconds, and that should be the GG moment. Villagers are trying to rush into the Mangoes, but guess what? There's 3 behind this. And if they just get the wallop out, that's going to be the end of the road for Give You Anxiety. Dude, what a sick timing there. Faye, she caught him actually when he was going to be weakest there, after he committed into this idea of cannon outposts. And the Order Tactics comes for a point after the initial clash where if Geo had a second wave, it would count for nothing here. Tries to rush onto the gold once more, but now a castle drop coming in. No solution to that. No gold for the Mongols means no late game at all. And that is going to be a quit of the game coming from GUA. I guess he'd had enough for the night to call it. Well played by Faye there, though. I mean, you know, I think it got mentioned earlier in the chat. Why would you pick Mongols on Golden Pit? I've seen this time and time again. There is situations that allow you to win, but if you find yourself leaning later into the game as the Mongols, it doesn't look good. And unfortunately, one big issue for them right now, I think the meta for most players is still to play Kurultai over Step Redoubt. Golden Pit forces you to go for Step Redoubt. And without Kurultai, you don't really have the buffer to contest the main area in the center where all the gold's located. Key ingredient to success on a map like that, and one that the Mongols struggle to find. Well played by Faye. Takes the win. Let me know if you like this game. Let me know what you thought of the strategies, and whether you think that there's a better way for Mongols to approach this. And I'll definitely respond to the comments down below. Whew. Good lordy. Yeah, that game looked a bit uggers for Mongols as it went on. Well played by Faye to hold late enough to get there. I'm going to eat a biscuit quickly while we find a new game to cast, though. Bear with me. Oh, wait. Is Don into another game? Who's he up against? A Chinese player I do not know the identity of. Oh. Let me check Don's profile to see if this is an interesting opponent or not. Because it's a Chinese name, so I don't know who it is. It's a very low opponent, so we won't cast Don's live game. Let's see what else we've got. I know Faye had 1 or 2 other games that would be interesting, so that's a good option. What's up with all these Chinese accounts, guys? Come on. Who's this one? Well, Matisse is ranked 307th, so I'm wondering if this one's not. Ranked 180th. Do you guys want to watch some Matisse versus an unknown that's double his rank? Matisse is at 360 right now. Matisse shamed out playing the Zhu Ji. Dude, he stopped playing Zhu Ji ages ago. You not get the memo? He's a Japanese main now.
G Morning Pigeon.
Good morning, Fat Blob. Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. Good to see you. If you guys haven't got your subs in, make sure you do. We are streaming on average 30 plus hours a week. And I'd hate for you to get rammed with 3 minutes of ads, which at 30 hours adds up to quite a lofty 90 minutes of ads. So for the low price of a sub, save yourself that despair. Just snacking on some biscuits before we get into this one. So bear with me a sec, guys. There's the proper chat window. I don't know where that went. It was off to the side somewhere, a bit weird. All right, should we get ready for this? God, that chat window looks so ugly. Whatevs. Doesn't matter. All right, one and all, welcome back to the live Age of Empires action here. We're in to check on Matisse, filthy, prolific Zhu and Japanese spammer. He's come back to Europe. He's playing Order of the Dragon. Now, Matisse, let me check his profile because I'm kind of curious on this one. If I was to look at Matisse right now, is it only OOTD? It's not. Wow, that's surprising. So, for those who don't know, Matisse was the most prolific Zhu spammer when the game first came out. He pretty much solved the entire Civ on his own. And then he moved over to try and solve the Japanese afterwards. I wondered if he was going to keep doing this one by one, but apparently we were back to just play any Civ you feel like, Order of the Dragon, Ottomans, English, whatever, type Matisse. And right now in the world, Matisse is ranked 364 on the ladder. He's fallen down a little bit. Elo-wise, he's sitting about, I think, 1,600-ish. His opponent on the other side of this is going to be none other than the Iabids, and this person, much more highly ranked, 108th in the world, almost 1,700 Elo with almost 500 games played on this season so far. Interesting matchup as well, actually. Iabids versus Order of the Dragon. I'm kind of waiting to start seeing Order of the Dragon players try to play out onto the dot play. Because so far I've been a bit underwhelmed by the lack of playing Fish, even when HRE would. And this is a map where we've seen some HRE players already try for that, but instead Matisse has chosen to stay at home. The bigger surprise in this one is that the Teal player has as well. Iabids get their docks really cheap here, folks. 75 wood to build that docks. So it's usually quite a good play to go onto the pond and get a bit of extra food for little to no risk. Instead, though, we stick on land. I cannot hit fast forward. This is the negative of doing live games. We literally have to sit in the moment. But it means we get to appreciate the Zen-like music in the background. Wow, I wonder, is this going to... Ooh. Ooh. Oh, this might be an Archon. There's not room there, right? But the Archon between double wood line here, buffing the gold, I think Archon makes a lot of sense here. Unless he wants to go all in and feudal. And that might be the case. Looks like it's going to be mine work after all. So the reason why I quite liked Archon is you could realistically have gone a bit more zealous here. You could have walled this little back area and set this up with a stone, gold, and wood being buffed, which would have given you options to go into TT Mass, to go into Fast Castle, pretty much anything you want. But I think the concern right here for Matisse is he's up against the Ibids. And that means there's a very likely they're going to be targeting a Fast Castle timing, something that you want to try to push them off. And by having a mine work choice, you have more options to do that. Moving on the stone, though. We are going to get the military wing coming out. So it makes a lot of sense in this matchup. Like, Order of the Dragon in the early game usually feels like it plays a bit like HRE. You're not typically seeing range unit openings from Order of the Dragon. Most of the time, it's either a Rax or a Stables first. Either way, that's a good clash for you because, of course, you can poke away at Spearmen if they come out, for example, or Men-at-Arms and kite them. And the Desert Raiders can fare a little bit better against Horsemen. Unfortunately, one awkward detail about the Desert Raiders is they have the range tag. So funnily enough, although they can get bonus damage against Horsemen, Horsemen also get bonus in return. Wondering, actually. So part of me wants to say maybe Growth Wing is better, but I understand why Teal done this. And it's because it's the same reason why Abbasid players, even when they go multi-TC, go for Military Wing. It gives you momentum. it allows you to dictate mid-map control in a way you otherwise wouldn't be able to. And there's always this like reluctancy towards going too greedy against Order of the Dragon, because if they drop, say, a Stables or a Rax, and they only pump one unit, the damage that one unit can do is phenomenal with a Civ, due to the value that each individual unit holds. Instead, though, Matisse looks like he's going for something a bit more greedy. This is 2TC. I wondered when he sent 2 villages out, I was a little bit curious if it was just going to be some outpost upgrades for a fast castle, but instead, they're looking to play greedy in a different way. That is bold as well. Like, up against Iobids, you're pretty much opening the way for them to take Castle Age. And if they do that, you're forfeiting all these relics. Look at the spawn. There's nothing that isn't grabbable here quite easily for Teal with the way that Matisse is playing this. Now, is it going to be Advancement Wing? I'm not sure. I don't think you need it. I think you alternately could go for the Culture Wing Logistics. But typically, if you're playing in a game like this as the Iobids, up against a Castle Age Rushy Civ like Order of the Dragon HRE, and you don't see an opportunity to build a unit that's good once you've aged up, it does usually make more sense for Advancement Wing there. That's the thing I'm looking for, right? Like, usually you have to think, okay, is there something else I could invest my resources into that I want to keep? The reason why a lot of Iobids players are still going towards Advancement Wing is because of that logic. You wait 24 seconds longer to pump units slower, right? It doesn't make sense. So unless you're in a matchup where you need archers or spearmen, it usually just feels better to try and get an advancement so you can immediately start spending all that food and gold you've stockpiled up. Second TC coming up from Matisse, though. Let's go secure the berries area. Desert Raiders being a little bit annoying, but it's so hard to get a kill here. I mean, this Gilded Villages, I'm a little bit surprised Matisse is pulling them away so early. That's not really essential when they have 65 health, but just means that any secondary raid isn't going to find weak targets to instantly kill. And there you go. That's more what I was looking for, right? Down to 9 HP before he peels away. TC does get Garrison. Not quick enough to get the kill, but does at least get 2 flurries of arrows out in the Desert Raider. In fact, if you're not careful... Okay, that was almost a run-through back in range of the TC. So at this point, Teal's a little bit perplexed, right? It's like, okay, you're 2 TC, but with 0 gold and mine work. That is quite an odd build. Yeah, that's something that, like, now I'm a little bit concerned for Matisse because he has no gold access. And if you go for Rax here, that's not great against Desert Raiders. If you now go for an archery range play as Order of the Dragon, you're setting yourself up for getting tripped up by Camel Lancers. So this feels a little bit awkward from Matisse. He's got to go into farms as well. I mean, he has got a lot of wood to work with, but genuinely to me, gold is the thing that unlocks options, and it makes me question this Minework Palace even further now. Outside this Teal has enough for advancement, but they're saving up, so this looks like logistics. Realistically, it could be growth now that they face off against 2 TC, right? It just guarantees you don't fall behind, but I think the timing of logistics is just much more valuable. Oh my god, dude, he's going full fat farm straight away. Wait. Oh my god, it's this guy. Guys, we saw this guy before against, I think it was Kiljardi a few days ago. It's the Industry Wing dude. Oh, this is sick. We get to see him again. I can't remember if it's Kiljardi, but if you guys recall, there was a game we cast a few days ago. I don't know if it will make it to the YouTube side, where he went for a dock play and he got beaten on docks. And then he got completely clapped. But we said that although this seems like a meme build, this is actually the one stage in the game where it can be cool. So the whole reason why you go Industry Wing here is think about the wood spending. You can afford to get 3 racks plus a mosque and still have some surplus wood to work with. And that allows you to spam golems. So the whole reason why you do this build, the logic for Teal here, is to be able to afford a very aggressive, almost Burgrave-like timing in Castle Age. That's sick, man. I love what we're going to see it again. This game looks a lot better for it. The last time he done it, it was terrible. I'm sorry, Teal, I can't be nice. It was absolutely atrocious. They got completely clapped. Their cheeks were red raw from all the spanking. But this time, it looks a lot better. Matisse has gone into early Horseman. He has no gold access. This game could just be over in 2 minutes. Well, 3. They're golems. They don't move quickly. Double racks already being dropped, though. This is the thing I had hesitation around last time. Is like, the timing is like, he's already got enough wood for these raxes. So what are you doing with 1,000 wood afterwards? There's the mosque, which makes up for 200. There's a blacksmith drop, which is going to make up for 150. But you still have 650 wood that doesn't make that much sense. Maybe spears? I mean, you are up against horsemen here. Outpost also now trying to come up. Dude, this horseman just can't fight. I mean, he's too low on HP, right? The Desert Raider just... Desert Raider? Teal? All right, he's going to go for it. This is so annoying right now. You just want to access the Desert Raider with the charge in, but you can't get it. Looks like it's going to be pull away due to the outpost going up. But tech up, now complete. And here we go. Blacksmith drop, extra housing. There should be a third racks being added in, but it looks like Teal doesn't feel like he's got enough food yet. Come on, man. Dude, this is... At least drop the moss straight away. Like, you're floating way too much wood. I'm trying so hard to support you in this build, right? Like, I'm like that person trying to be a supportive parent. I'm like, I just want to help encourage the choices you make in life. But you always make the wrong ones. What? It's like that type of feeling right now. I mean, he needs a little bit of wood for the undermesh, right? But this is... I mean, you've got 1,000 wood. Right now, this makes no more sense than logistics. It makes literally no more sense. I mean, hear me out, guys. No, I didn't want it to be. I was about to say Rams. Why this? Oh my god. Why? Why? If he just built 4 Rams right now. Are you kidding me? You chose to build something that takes 3 times longer. Oh my god. Kill me. Please at least drop a mosque. Please. Okay, thank god. A mosque is on the way. He's under 1,000 wood now. Is this the one reason to go for the industry wing? Find out next week when we come back for another round of how to die. Oh my god, Tower Assault on its way. I mean, in fairness, this thing does hit like a truck. 600 damage. So, like, here's the thing. It hits 3 times harder than a ram, but here's the stupid part. Because of the buff to the cost of rams, it's less efficient, right? You use less wood just to build rams instead. Now, of course, you do get the archer shots, but like you're up against horsemen, you're up against static defenses, you're up against Castle Age, which should be Springolds, and you're probably going to be up against heavily armored units. So the value of this is debatable, not to mention the fact that Siege has melee vulnerability now. So all of a sudden, what was already a really sucky Siege weapon kind of sucks more. I like how I left a kinda in there, just in case if I need to backpedal and say that, oh my god, Tower of the Sultan is amazing. Here we go. Oh my god. You know how little the devs care about this unit? They care about it so little, if you try to use follow cam, look what it does with the camera. Shake, 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 shake. Shake that Buddha. Man, arms, they're like, no, we don't want any part of this. Moving in on the outpost, watch how hard this hits. All right, that's a third of the HP gone. Wait, no, wait, come back. Get in there, Teal. We're doing this. There's no going back. Outpost is down. Dude, he didn't even have a chance to hit the E-repairs. Oh my god. There's no way. This should not work. Tower of the Sultan. A structure usually reserved for those who have confidence issues, who look like they need to overcompensate. But Teal, right now, the demolition crew has arrived. Choo-choo! Oh my god. E-repairs. I actually don't, like, wait, he's actually outdoing E-repairs right now. I mean, reminder, folks, this is like having, how many rams? Like having 6, right? Wow, slightly worse, right? Because the attack speed on rams is usually a bit better. Sprills are coming out, though. E-repairs is not going to save the TC in time, however. It is down. Tower of the Sultan. They're about to be assaulted. Gilded villagers rushing in. Boom! One goes down. And the second one is also going to get clapped here. Oh my god. That is 2,000 resources gone. Matisse has lost the TC, but folks, he still has a 5 eco lead as the Order of the Dragon. But he needs something to defend with. This Burgrave, it needs more men-at-arms out, and it needs it ASAP. Springall goes down. Ghoulims are in towards the eco. And I think he's done it. I can't believe it worked. Industry wing. No, I'm trying to not vomit when Industry wing. Industry wing. OP. Oh man, dude, like, what do I call that one? Is it just Industry Wing secretly OP? Is OP? Then just go new build and a picture of the Tower of Sultans. Wait, did Baltoon say that like Industry Wing's OP? Oh my god, what if it's secretly Baltoon all along? What if we just didn't know? I mean, remember that account has played a lot of Irobids because we highlighted it last time we cast it. Like, I think I showed their history and it was just all Irobids. Oh dear, oh dear. And the account shows from China. It was a game you went wood and got roasted? Oh. Which, I mean, kind of fits, right? It's easier to roast something when they're on a pile of wood. Hey. What a game. I mean, last time it looked like absolute trash, but that time it kind of, I don't know, man. That time it kind of looked like Giga Chad, right? Actually wasn't too bad. Oh my god. Where do we put chat? Dude, my chat window is so buggered. I need to make a new one. What we need to do is we're going to make a new one called in-game chat. This is going to look horror story for a moment. Bear with me a sec. And then we want to 1400 by 800. So we'll do that. Oh crap, I forgot to take the thingy. Whoopsie. That's an old scene. Crackety's not here. Don't be silly. Haven't used that one in a while. I just need to copy the CS, and I'll sort the CS another time when we're not live, but just for now, so that I at least have it being separate. Oh my god! Guys, you're so big. Wait. What? But now I can change the size to be like 600 by, say, 600. And then we'll put maybe 30 on pixel size. Much better. Still kind of obnoxiously big, but kind of more reasonable. Maybe go width 450. Boom, there we go. You guys can exist on the side there. Alright. So, Matisse is in another... let it be done. Let it be done. It's done! Wait, what? He picked French. Wait, what? Okay, dude, is he just going to GG out at 1 minute? This is the 1 minute GG strat, right? I don't know, man. We're here to find out. Predictions? Yeah, let's set it up. I don't think either of them is streaming, so there's no spoilers. No, neither of them streaming. Okay, I'm going to pause it 1 second while I set up the predictions. Who will win? I mean, dude, this is like, come on, this isn't a fair prediction. He's playing Delhi. I wish there was a way to weigh the rewards that you get on predicting one side versus the other. Is Matisse just going random? We can check. Let me have a look quickly on his data before we hop into this. No, he picked. He actually picked this. Oh, buddy. Well, I think it says everything it needs to about this game that someone asked if Matisse was randoming. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. I am dumbfounded. You can tell by my useless use of words there, because we have got a French game, not a random pick. Matisse actually chose this. And unfortunately, he's up against Don in sweat mode. Don Artie has picked the Deli. Okay, Don, can we talk, buddy? I mean, it's ladder play. You don't have to try this hard. For a start, Don already is higher ranked, right? Like, I think he's sitting in the top 100 right now, if I'm not mistaken. Matisse has fallen down a little bit. He's down to 363rd. He literally just lost to Industry Wing from the Irobids. Do I need to say more? He's not having a good time. But Matisse, maybe this is his secret sauce. Matisse, actually, back in the day, was quite the prolific French spammer, actually. I think he went HRE, Rus, and then French were kind of his most played civs. So maybe he's seen something that we haven't. A reason why Jean is overrated. Let's see if he can find it here in this game. Map is, of course, going to be Dry Arabia. So pretty standard, pretty balanced map across the board. Sacred sites are also nicely laid out in a way that it's not OP towards the Deli one way or the other. But this game is not going to be dictated by a park on one spot. It's going to be dictated by the flow on the flanks. Both of these civs love to go into Cav. Typically, you're going to see a Ghazi open on one side from Deli. And on the other side, you're always going to see the French cavalry reigning supreme. My question mark is whether we're going to see the French try to get bold with some multi-TC play. We're going to go on 2 times speed just to catch up to True Life here and also to skip past the idle phase of the game where the only thing to really highlight is that we've got 13 sheep on one side for Dom and 10 on the other side for Matisse. And it looks like there is a little sliver of land in the center, so Matisse likely to even up the sheep exchange to be about a 50-50 here. That's still an edge for the Deli though because of the berries being so beneficial for them. Dome of Faith on the way. Actually, in fairness to Matisse, remember he's been clubbing sheep while of course, Don hasn't, so it's a little bit more skewed in favor of the French than you'd think here. So, sheep now dropped off. A nice heavy load to work with. Has clubbed down most of them, right? Yeah, so this is actually uglier than I even let on originally. 8 versus 13. Tech up is at least complete. Dome of Faith coming on the other side. What? Huh? What is Don up to here? Is this a fast castle build? We don't actually see Dome of Faith very often. Typically, when it does come out, the rarities it occurs in is because of fast castle timing. It kind of makes sense, and by the way, we are now live, hence why we're down at 1 time speed, because what it allows you to do is throw away scholars a bit more freely for Sacred Site caps. Due to the Dome of Faith, he's only paying 80 gold per scholar spawned, right? Which, by the way, I still don't know why it's just a fixed 50 gold discount. Kind of feels like a scam. Should probably be half price, right? Which means, in fairness, like the way this should work is you should probably be paying 65 resources, but I guess that would feel a little bit OP with this civ. First night has arrived. Berries have been vacated. Rax is going to come out. So Dom, I guess the logic here is he knew he was going to play a bit more defensive, so he just wanted to scale scholars to get a tech advantage a bit faster here. He needs to get spears, that's kind of a given. After he's got those, cool thing you can do here now, you can just set up a nice little wall that crosses your gold here to kind of min-max the wood usage and block a full rotation. For the time being, that knight is going to look for an opportunity. Interesting thing here, actually. If Matisse micros in with the scout and baits the spearman, he can charge in with the knight and get a really good trade here. But he needs to be fast about it because the second spear is coming out. Yeah, it's too late now. Please tell me Matisse is on stone behind this. No. Archery range play then, I guess. I guess he's going all in 1 TC. Clash comes in finally, so the knight is going to be able to take out on one of these spears, but what do these 2 knights do between them? If they're only killing spears, it's really not worthwhile here, right? Like, heavy damage onto your 2 knights. Sure, you got rid of a few of the defenses, but ultimately, with the garrison racks, it's not going to take very long for Matisse to rescale this. Unfortunately, he did have to cancel the upgrade, right? For a little bit. He got into Harden in the end, but I think it wasn't there when the knight first clashed in. Still. Now getting the blacksmiths coming through. And it will be stables afterwards. So this is where things get a little bit awkward, right? Ghazi plus this spearman is a really good solution up against knights. It gives you a way of blocking their retreat and finishing them off so that Chivalry can't save the day. Chivalry that won't even be there yet, right? Because typically when you see French players go for Chivalry, it's after they get about 5 or 6 of these cav. Jeez. I'm just looking to dive further. You need to be so careful though, man. You haven't even got Undermesh. Yeah, good target in there. Don tried to get rid of the injured knight instead, but Fire went back across. But now they're so injured that you feel like you need Chivalry, you need to discard them until you get additional Knights in, right? So second wave is coming through, 2 more to add in. Typically, the way you want to play this, you want to play the Injured Knights where there's no pressure, so they can get freebies, and then kind of take the main fights with the fully health one. But okay, that is not what I meant to do. Knight goes down. That's expensive for Matisse. He just queued up Chivalry, and it just lost a lot of its value here. These other Knights are full health. They don't really care about Chivalry, right? But these guys over here, they were meant to be folded out of the equation until they were about half HP again. But Matisse wanted to get more value out of them. Understandably so, right? Because right now, he feels like he's on the clock. Spearmen are coming. Ghazi are coming. And also, now, because you know it's Dome of Faith, it means that Don is scaling Scholars to a point where if he starts to take damage in these fights, he'll heal it off. So Chivalry over time won't be a difference maker anymore. This is already looking ugly. Chases on. Scholar getting a bit ambitious on the timing there. So that's going to be a freebie. Don, mistakes most definitely made. Misread that situation. For the time being, he's whittling away at these Knights, right? The Ghazi, this is the annoying thing. When they move quicker, they get bonus damage versus heavy. If you ever turn around, those Spearmen are going to get a stab in for free. Still only 1 TC, though. Matisse. He's going for the 1-1-1 build. If he hides this long enough, it's very strong, but he needs to be careful about the timing. I mean, right now, Don doesn't know. He might be expecting archers, but I don't think he's expecting spears as well, which is a big problem here for the Ghazi. Sacred Sites, however, are now being locked in. And this is unfortunate. Imagine if Matisse didn't take those heavy hits on the Knights and lose one. He could be guarding all these sites pretty confidently, but now Don gets an opportunity to play for 2 when he should only be able to play for 1. Now the wall in. Well, it's a good thing that Matisse is going for spears, and I think that might be part of the reason. Not just the Ghazi, but the fact that because the logical play now is to wall these in, because usually you're up against Knights Archers, which don't burn buildings very well, it gives Matisse a quick solution to what is usually an awkward sticking point in this matchup. Spin count looking low. I mean, this would actually be a pretty good time to take a fight. He's got a matching count of spears, but no archers, which I think is why Matisse is being a little bit hesitant right now. I love that. Just leave the sheep behind. Unfortunately, the Knights don't clash with that automatically. If only, could you imagine? But in the meantime, Dom was able to secure the Southern Sacred Site. Army is now going to march to the Central. But Matisse, he hits the perfect time here. He denies the walls from going up. Don, now that he's seen the spears, surely you have to go archery range here. Yeah, there it is on the way. Now, one really nice thing about playing the Delhi, even more with the Dome of Faith build, is your transitions are more efficient. One building is double efficient for half the cost of the building itself, right? Only 80 gold instead of 150 wood. The downside of this build choice, however, is now that you're leaning harder into infantry, Tower of Victory looked better and better. He's also now just setting up walls to make sure it turns into a condensed fight. Makes a lot of sense. He's got double deer over here. That's really all you need to reach this kind of critical point. Like, there is going to be a breakthrough opportunity soon, and he's going to have to snatch it straight away, because as these Sacred Sites trickle in on occasion, it's going to start to stockpile a lot of resources for Don. So that's usually how the Delhi get ahead. But cool detail, I think, in Matisse's mind, and why he didn't go multi-TC. At the end of the day, he's still producing villages quicker than his opponent, right? Every 17 seconds. Hence why we're already seeing a almost 4 eco lead here for Matisse. How are the blacksmiths looking? Because I think this was only 1 blacksmith, which usually is okay with the Dome of Faith play. And I think it's why Donati gets away with it. Typically, if you're not doing Dome of Faith, you need double blacksmiths by now because of the slow pace at which you unlock techs. But because you're building additional scholars actively, you're able to afford to just stick on 1 to stay ahead. And you're already seeing the effect of this, right? Like, the blacksmith timings are going to be more or less mirrored with them getting into 2 techs. Preliminary plus the undermesh, interesting enough for Donati. Not even prioritizing the Steeled Arrow because, admittedly, right now, he doesn't have many archers to work with. Of course, remember, for the French, one of these was free. Gets the melee tech automatically. So, realistically, this is Matisse's first paid-for tech. Then again, it's only fair considering the Delhi don't pay for a thing. Goddamn freeloaders. Dude, this army's looking so big, though. Matisse, I'm trying to figure out where it went wrong. Like, even when you look at the army value, he looks behind. Knights, we're going for a clash, but He's able to bite this back. Archer's now pushing back against those spears. I mean, Matisse, the one thing he has going for him is maybe like a decent spear line. But then again, when I look across and see it even bigger for Don, it's hard to see a way in which you can feel good about this. The army value is a little bit deceptive for Don because I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, scholars count in the current equation. And they're counting at the full 150, not the 80 cost, right? So, like, you have to negate 700 resources worth of army value, but they're still very close at that stage. And, you know, maybe it's unfair to discount those because although they aren't fighting units, they are healing units. They do make a difference in these engagements. Moving towards the southern sacred site. It's actually impressive that Don's scaling this type of military lead with no sacred site control that's reliable, right? Like, he's only had one at any given time. Decap halfway underway. Don looking for some permanent damage here, moving into the main. He doesn't know actually about where the food is. Look at the scouting pattern. Don, this is the first time he's checked near Matisse's base. We'll look to cut off the reinforcements. A few archers are going to be sacrificed. So that formation shuffle will get most of them away from Matisse. However, this is the flood effect, right? Like, if you just wrap around now into the economy, big damage can be done. It looks like instead Don says, I'm here. I might as well take a house. Matisse now actually house, blocked from building more units. Army is looking for a backstab, but I just don't see the numbers being desirable for this right now. So Don, able to get that central sacred site, able to back up, doesn't get punished for this at all. Okay, Scholar being thrown away is kind of neglectful. I'm not really sure what that guy thought he was doing. Agent Scholar is going to get shut down. Southern Sacred Site is also still blocked, so no secondary cap coming in for Don. He still hasn't moved for the north side Sacred Site either. We're heading towards a clash in the center. Spearman on Spearman. A few cap do get pinched inside. You see the rotation around the side. Attempt by Matisse, but Spearman quick to pull back. Archers are trading out with limited spear count that Matisse has to work with here. I don't like this, folks. I really don't like this. I can't believe this. Without Tower of Victory, Don is still just getting the better end of the infantry warfare. Spearman still alive, still able to keep those knights away, and the archer count getting low. Only 13 remaining for Matisse. Don is going to start backing up, though. I mean, the guards you've thrown away, but I just don't think that matters right now. To me, what I'm seeing is a lack of sufficient archers to clear the spears quick enough. And the scholars really are going to be the difference maker, whether they're soaking damage or whether they're healing through what's being thrown the way of their allies. Either way, they are making a difference here, and the spearmen are lasting too long. Archers traded out with Matisse, only a handful left. Dude, how is he doing this without TOV? This is absurd. I mean, Matisse looks like he should be able to win these fights, but the raw number of spears that have always been maintained by Don is incredible to witness here. I mean, it's really been the undoing of Matisse in this game. And now, the movement in, archers continue to trade out against their ranged comrades. Spearmen looking towards the knights. They're trying to cut reinforcements. And Scholar's just able to keep those archers juiced up even underneath the TC. Oh my god, he's losing knights on the backside of this as well. Trying to snipe reinforcements where he can, but it's just awkward, right? Like, now that you see this move, Don will just save up a few spearmen to send over with the archers he sends out. He needs to be sniping Eco right now. I think the only way this makes sense for Matisse is if he, instead of going after the trickle of troops, he goes after the economy. This might be the time, actually. There we go. Cycles onto him. Textiles is there, but Don able to quickly enough react that the villagers are not in danger. Matisse will not stick around, cycle charge afterwards to go for more kills here. Just has to back away instead. I don't know what you do here now. That was the one moment Matisse, like, he goes in for the charge, but has to stutter away from it. Or stumble, shall I say, before getting any significant damage done. And now, the Spearman on the south side is going to be shut down. Scholar is going to be capturing, and we're looking at 2 sacred sites for Don. We're looking at a 20 military advantage. I don't care about army value here, by the way. I think this is disingenuous now. These knights are completely handcuffed by this 2-unit comp of the Delhi. I say 2. In fairness, these scholars have been doing good work themselves. Holy work, even. Spear pin shot. Talk about almost jumping into a blender there. Matisse just about dodges the pursuing spears. He might find something. Some value here. Villagers out on the berries. Matisse will turn for it. He actually cuts off the retreats. Don now losing eco on the flank. He didn't send the Spearman up here. He sent them to the front line. Villagers will have to shift away from this. Spearman slow to react. In the meantime, Archer's trading out in the center, and it looks like the Scholars are making it another positive trade for Don. However, this time, the eco losses do sting. Still, 2 Knights go down for it. Matisse, you see how desperate he is for a good charge, a good stick around. But I think the issue now is Techstars is making it very difficult to get that killing blow. It feels like Matisse has to make these cycles 2 or 3 more times before he starts actually hemorrhaging a notable amount of Don's eco. Given enough time, given enough space, maybe. In these Knights, Matisse scouted the whole map, right? No, he doesn't know about the deer stacks. So luckily for Don, he dodges a bullet down here. That food will go uncontested. Sacred Site in the center is still being held by him. South one has been decapped, but now as you start to reconvene towards the center, despite the fact that Matisse has got a 16 eco lead, the thing that just scares me is the raw numbers that Don has to work with. I mean, this is getting absurd, right? 29 Spearmen, 40 Archers. Archer count on the other side from Matisse actually is close to that, but it's the Spearman difference here. Ghazi also being added again, forced by Don. Enough to scare Matisse away, because Matisse doesn't have many spears to work with here. Flash is going to come in. Spearman with the brace just in time. Line formation, a good choice here by Don to keep chasing. And Matisse, understanding the numbers are against him, does not want to turn around. Don, a little bit slow to chase this up. Spearman will be able to hold the choke point, so no ride in for the Knights. Right now, it just feels like one side is utilizing a lot more their melee force. In fact, he baits him in, reveals the Archers temporarily, but good micro away by Matisse. Scholar's still just trying to keep so many units alive here. Military count is almost double in favor of Don. Matisse has to commit in. The spears are going to get the stabs this time. The brace comes through just in time. And Knights get cut down again, but the Archer count is once again of key concern here. 30 remaining for Don. Only a handful for Matisse. And the Spearman count still too high for Matisse to fight back. Dude, this is so harsh. I mean, it feels like Matisse is doing the right thing, but it just comes at the wrong moment here, right? It should have came several minutes ago. Instead, now 3 Sacred Sites are locked in. Don diving the base for the second time and showing why Dome of Faith is worth something here. That heal factor has helped so much. The Ghazi now, this follow-up at the end is tanking all the Archer fire, keeping the remaining Spearmen alive. Just 10 is all you need. 4 Knights left over, and this is now Matisse at death's door. There is nothing left to do. Production line has been assaulted. The Scholars are healing through the TC5, which there's only 1 person inside. There's no way back. Game is going to be going to Don. Delhi, OP as usual. Matisse, I mean, it's unfortunate. If these Knights had found the raids a little bit earlier, how different this game could have looked. But Don, so dominant to keep that pressure up and never give his opponent a chance. Whew. Well played by Donald. Dude, like, I just want you guys to be, like, conscious of what he done there. That was full infantry comp without Tower Victory. Yeah. Sorry, just making a name for that one when it goes up to YouTube. Like, really well played, dude. I'm glad Don was playing. I like Don. He can be away from the game for like a week plus and then still have some pretty cool and creative builds. Let's see. Have we got any alternatives online right now? Wham is, of course, playing private games. So that's not an option. Do we... Crackety can't say the same as what? Being away for a week? Oof, poor guy. Why are you doing this to him? So Faye had a game versus Zerton. We got any Faye viewers here? Without spoiling the game, is it worth watching? Was it a good one? Ayabids versus Byzantines. I think it was like 6 hours ago now. So maybe those people aren't still awake and they've gone to sleep. So that could be maybe worth a cheeky check-in. Wasn't there another game that Crackety played on his Molded to Here account on Forts that we said we were going to check out originally, and then we didn't. I think that one was further back, though. Let's just have a look. Maybe Kiljardi. When match bet reward is going to be done? It can be done now. I mean, sometimes we do it on a delay. Why? What do you want to spend those points on? You looking to get one of those stuffed bunnies? No, I don't offer that. God, the shipping would be pain on that. Prestige. The flex. The fame. Congratulations, sir. You predicted that Delhi was going to win a game. Kappa. Like, honestly, I do want to see Delhi lose more, dude. It's like, it's so crazy how often we just watch Delhi games. It looks cruise mode. You want to buy a sticker? Hell yeah. Killer Pigeon sticker. Damn. Should I start making those? Charge a premium? Oh, that reminds me, actually. Sorry, I need to respond to someone on Twitter quickly. It was about the emotes. Oh. So it turns out the person that I have to do my emotes was waiting for my response. But I thought that, like, by our last message, I thought they'd already started. Whoops. Because I've got them making a lot of emotes, actually. So I think it was going to be... I'm getting Civ flags done, and they are going to be dope. And then we've got, like, 2 or 3 other emotes being made. I'm going to have to make some Stormgate emotes as well, though. Spend these points on other channels, you're rich here. But I don't know. I need to think of some things to give people as, like, things to spend their points on. I'm not sure what, though. I think things like the push-ups and ban words is like, they're cool, but it's like... They can just be spammed in a way that's, like, counterproductive. Like, we'd had to highlight to Crackety that you can't ban is the what, like, connector words, because it's silly. Which has always been a rule we've had. But I don't know, I need to think of some other things for you guys to spend points on. Maybe I'll just do, like, I think most streamers just end up doing the flex your points thing, where it's like, yeah, look, you can use this pretty message highlight. Ghazi Ray is supposed to be anti-knights, sort of light anti-knights. They have higher base damage than Horsemen, lower attack speed though, but they also get +2 versus heavy. So I'm just looking at maybe Kiljardi's games right now. He had a game versus Elyona. Maybe that's worth checking out. It's French again. It's kind of refreshing to see people trying to make French work, actually. Most streamers do VIP points. Really? I guess that doesn't surprise me. I don't know, I'll have to think about it. I'll have to look around some other people's streams and steal their ideas. So, I think we said we can do Donald. I'll do the push-ups in a sec. I just need to check what we're doing next. So we can either do... Sorry, not Donald. We can either do Kiljardi versus Elyona or Fei-chan versus Zertin. Do we have some preferences? You guys know that Zertin's been playing Stormgate, by the way. I don't think... Yeah, he didn't make it through the qualifier, right? But he actually was ranked pretty highly. I think he was ranked in, like, the top 100? 174th right now. So he fell down a little bit. Use channel points for reviewing games. The problem with that is, like... You remember... I have to remember at the same time that we're, like, trying to get content for its entertainment value more than anything else, aren't we? So it's like, I don't know if that works, per se. I think I put that in my, like... Patreon. I need to add my Patreon details. There is like something there for like a one-on-one coaching or a replay analysis thing. Because it's like the amount of points people have that will kind of get crazy. Redeem points to play in-game sounds like Wall or JD Def sounds. So the problem is, like, I think that while I don't mind it from my perspective, I think the viewers mind it, if that makes sense, right? I'd imagine it's quite weird. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Especially for YouTube uploads later. That's the tough part, I think. It's one of those things where it's like awkward because what we're doing is we're doing streams, but then it's like, and I love the interactive element. I always want to find more interactive elements, but it's weird for the YouTube upload afterwards. Like, one thing is potentially doing the speedcast, but I don't think people would want to watch the speedcasts on YouTube. The ones where we do an 8-time speedcast. I don't think they want to watch it on YouTube because they come to expect a regular sound, like regular speedcast, if that makes sense. We done it when we done a charity drive. Actually, it was one of the things where you donated a certain amount of money, and we had to speedcast the game we were casting. So we're doing the Killjadi game. Let me get that up. I'm wondering. We might do Stormgate casts in a little bit. We'll see, though. For now, we'll keep doing this from AoE4. But, so let's find Killjadi's games. Elyona versus Killjadi. Let's go for this one. I need to figure out how to download Stormgate. No, not download them, but where I put them. Presumably there's a folder I need to find somewhere for Stormgate replays. 1 second, I also just need to quickly check my Gmail messages. It's Monday, so basically loads of people finally start messaging back. Could you imagine not living the esports life and actually taking Saturday, Sunday off? Ugh. One sec, just send a message to them again. Okay. So, just had to send that message. I think that's the only one I have to worry about right now. Woohoo! So let's get ready to go. Okay. 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 What is it with these French picks at the moment? All right, one and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. I've noticed one or two players have started doing this, and for anyone who's been paying attention to the meta, there's a giant question mark in their brain right now. Elyona has picked the French. This is not something many players willingly do, and Elyona did not random from what I can tell of the replay system. That was a choice, an active choice made by Elyona. Killjadi, meanwhile, absolutely disgusting. He picked the Zhu Ji. Okay, in fairness, the Zhu Ji are less balked right now, but also on the flip side, sometimes the RNG of Golden Pit is vile. Looks like this is not one of the games, but we've seen games before where like this type of double berry spawn is an absolute jackpot. Looks like Killjadi's not going to get that type of option, but he has got a decent one up here for food, stone, and wood. And I think he also maybe has one to the south side even closer for food, stone, and wood. Might even be able to actually go for the Holy Trinity here. But the reason why this is always focused around berries, by the way, is really important to highlight that Meditation Gardens always get dropped on food because food is the harder thing to deal with this early on in the game. It's the thing that will run out and cost you the game, especially against a civ like the French. And I'm curious to see what Elyona's approach is going to be because I've been expecting a lot of multi-TC builds whenever I see French, but so far, most French players have actually been playing a 1-TC meta approach. Maybe Elyona's going to be the one to break that cycle here. Scouting pattern-wise, Killjadi is going to make a full lap rotation. I absolutely love this. He immediately saw the scout and then beelined across the Golden Pit. This is what I want to see more players doing. You should look to do this. If you get the early warning on the opponent's scout, look to cut it off and get to the other side of the map where you'll be able to find the majority of sheep. Because with Golden Pit, there are no sheep spawns in the center of the map. They're all around the outskirts. So you need to take advantage of that. And so far, Elyona is suffering for it. Finally gets a 6th sheep. It looks like actually, wait, did they just claim 2 from right under his nose? No, it's just the 1. But look at the count on the other side. Killjadi already up to 9, and I don't think there's much left of this map. It looks like someone's missed a trick somewhere. In fact, it's probably corner play, right? Yeah, sheep. Are you kidding me? Dude, these guys just hiding in the corner together. So 3 sheep were actually missed over there by both players. But outside that, I think that is all sheep mass complete. That's the weird thing. You don't get as many sheep on Golden Pit because the central map is void of all spawns. But the upside, the trade-off for that is that you get these deer, these boar, and these berries all very close to your starting base. So you don't run out of food. You just have to play a little bit more risky out from your initial TC holdings to get that food. Giljardi, well, nothing risky or frisky here, just the standard plays, right? It's going to be Xiangnan, and check this. All 4 resources underneath. 18 food, 8 wood, 12 gold, 12 stones. That's going to double so that it's complete. And the Xiangnan does suggest that Giljardi will be quickly going towards a second TC. Hasn't moved down to the stone just yet. Typically, you prioritize the wood. You do this one by one because at the start of the game, you have limited Imperial officials, usually only 1. So if you split between stone and wood, it's actually less efficient due to the fact you're missing out on a 20% drop-off. This way, your entire eco, or rather the entirety of your eco targeted at this TC is buffed up by 20%. Also, it lets you kind of stagger things, right? Like, if you want to take an efficient approach, you can prioritize getting into the lumber preservation, and then when you move over to gather for the stone, you can move into specialized pick before it's time. Rack's also now on the way, though. We are up against French, after all, so you got to make sure you've actually got those long spears to deal with the annoying cav. The first one is already waddling around, looking for a target, but this is one of the more annoying matchups for the French, right? It's the same with the Chinese. I think like some of the most annoying matchups for Turtling is English, Chinese, and Zhu Ji just afterwards, right? Is that if you dive these defenses, you can get blasted by a hand cannon to the face. And that's really annoying because, you know, heavily armored units are meant to offset static defense damage to a point where it's annoying but negligible. The problem with the hand cannon slits is they hit so hard per shot that you're negating less than 20% of the damage that comes out of them. By comparison, a TC normally hits for 8 damage. You'd be taking almost 50% away. In this situation, this TC hits for 25. Pretty pitiful. Stone gathering should now be on the way. There we go. Second TC coming up. So Elyono very fast at it, actually. Much quicker than Giljardi, for good reason. Remember, Giljardi had to spend resources on double tech up to then get the value of a cheaper TC. Curious to see if they're going to go for free TC configuration here, though. They've still got supervision on the wooden camp, and now they've got this many workers on stone. I actually think there's a lot of merit towards free TC here, just because of how defendable your location is, especially with the walls that Giljardi is now looking to set up. Now, the question is whether Elyono is going to read this and go for more TCs. I don't think they're going to sniff this out. In fact, if we're being realistic, Giljardi could short wall the Meditation Garden entry, and then you have no way of spotting this. And there we go, TC right next to the stone. This does look indeed like it's going to be a free TC setup. Usually the way you can tell is the small gap that you've left next to the stone. This is so you can gather a lot of stone out here, but what it means is that if you're gathering on the stone line, your villagers will walk back to the mining camp and not to the town center by mistake, meaning you're supervised still. Okay, ignore everything I've said. He's just chosen to place the TC there because reasons. Really? I mean, over time, you are getting the stone for a third. I'm surprised he feels this is too greedy. Like, you have to understand that in this situation, French have to have gone multi-TC. Maybe Giljardi wants a fast castle timing? Doubtful. I don't think it does enough for you here. A third TC would have made sense down here on the deer and the berries, right? It just kind of spreads your base wide. It means you're not spending too much eco into one area, which makes you idle a few minutes later, right? Because the whole reason why condensed TC configurations became suboptimal for Chinese and Zhu Ji is because your initial resources get drained too quickly, and then every new villager spawned has a long time being idled. Whereas when you spread out, you tend to just get more value, more bang for buck out the initial spawn because there's gold nearby, there's wood nearby, there's stone nearby. And on top of that, it also unravels your eco in a way that if you get idled on one edge of your base, it doesn't shut down your entire economy. Whereas being too condensed causes that to happen. All right. Looks like we're definitely not getting free TC. We're just getting stable play. Really? Okay. I mean, it makes sense, right? You're up against archers here. And in fairness, he does have a decent amount of food behind him, right? He's got the sheep, he's got the berries afterwards, and the berry deer down here, which is also secure. So in some ways, this does make sense. He can kind of afford to do it. The deer and the boar on the north side would be nice, but that's kind of far out. The mass horsemen, I mean, theoretically, with the way that Elyono is now booming up, just on 2 TC alone, they're going to have surplus eco. And if you get enough horsemen, those raids can be quite impactful. I think the main goal, though, is just to guarantee that Elyono doesn't have a go-in time, right? If they're going to move towards archers plus knights and then, say, go rams, then you having horsemen is a great way of actually preventing the siege. And triple stables at that as well. That's crazy. See, the reason why this is a sustainable move, though, where it wouldn't be for China, is the granary transition. When that happens, although the granaries have been nerfed, right? They used to be 40% cheaper, now they're 30% cheaper. 30% is still a huge discount. That's almost a third off what China would pay for the granary transition with farms. So it's still a lofty amount, and it means that even though these horsemen are going to drain your finite resources quite quickly, when you have to make that transition, it's going to be much more cozy than China's ever was. It's actually a big part of why people rage Zhu is broken. Is for China, that granary transition can kill your game. That can be the exact reason why you're just out. For Zhu, I rarely ever see them lose because they made a granary transition. It's always something else. Interesting thing about why we're not seeing a lot of Abbasid plays. I think the TC build time kind of hurt them a bit. The range nerf definitely kind of crippled them a little bit. I think Abbasid still has a place, but it's a bit more situational. I think also the ranked maps in rotation are maybe less desirable for them right now. But I think we will eventually see an Abbasid bounce back. It just requires, I think, a small buff. Whether that's in maps, in rotation, or the units directly. Awesome mass. This is scary. Elyono, were you really saving for Castle Age? Oh, that is so greedy. That is so incredibly greedy. Spearmen, they clean up the knights for free. Archers go down. And that's going to be more than just a frown on the face of Elyono. Big mistakes made with this move. If you are going to posture with archers outside the base of the Zhu, you better bring a shotgun to a knife fight. Instead, you brought a toothpick to a sword fight. Now, these very big toothpicks are going to stab back. 16 horsemen riding across. Great read by Killjadi, and now an opportunity to go on the offensive where Elyono is weak. Spearman transition coming in. He was even prepping siege engineering alongside this. I can't believe Elyono thought that was going to work. Such a heavy mistake made. I mean, luckily for them, the eco is still mainly condensed to a point where Horseman won't immediately spank you for it, but that's now mid-map control gone in a game where Killjadi is macroing up for Castle Age. I just can't believe that. I mean, Elyono, if this is going to be Castle Age, you have to pull back. There's a law kind of carved into the existence RTSs. You defend when you tech. And because you didn't do that, funnily enough, Killjadi now can tech without defending because your army isn't big enough to punish them for having the horsemen away from base. Not only that, look at the confidence now for Killjadi. They play out into the board because guess what? The army isn't big enough to punish you anymore. Just such a critical blunder. And rescaling knights takes a while, right? You only had 3 to begin with, but trying to get it up to a master scary. 35 seconds by default. Of course, nice thing with the French. It's lower due to School of Cavalry, but still waiting half a minute per knight. Not great here. Not great when you needed the army yesterday. Horsemen idling out the eco. They don't need to commit, though. They just need to square off a little bit of time here, waste Elyono's army going around his own base, and behind this, Killjadi can very comfortably then make his way up into castle. Yeah, like what? You lose maybe 2 horsemen max for this dive? It's totally worthwhile for what it's achieved. He got access to the board. That makes up the difference. He's got more than enough breathing room at home now to go for his tech. He is prepping Spearman just in case there's a Knight Assault after he saw that many Knights. So a pretty smart choice here by Killjadi, but it's only going to delay his tech timing by about 30 seconds max. And he had to wait for more gold to be dropped off anyway. Elyono now getting a little bit more map control, is able to start moving out on those flanks at a critical point when she was running out of food. Or he was running out of food. Actually, do we know? In fairness, I'm trying to get into a habit of calling them anyway. I'm not sure. I don't think Elyono's ever been at an event. Elyono used to stream, right? I think they did. But that was a while ago. I'm glad to see Elyono back on the grind, by the way. I feel like they went quiet for a little bit. I mean, we've seen this person take some games off top players. I still remember some of the great games I've seen them have up against Dimu. But this game is not looking great right now. Spin Mass is here. Elyono with only 6 archers. If you just supervise the upgrade and move the spears across, this army does nothing. Instead, it looks like Elyono is going to be able to break in. Killjadi Slow on the reaction, though. He's actually holding the spears back. TC's going to start being torched. Horsemen are coming. Spearman upgrade. Both of them have been queued in. No supervision to get him faster, though. TC down to half HP, but the Knights can't hang around. Spears have now arrived. Horsemen coming in, and that is going to be a wipe for the army. Elyono cannot stay here. They need to get out. Brace comes in. Spearman upgrade. Not far away, though. Only 35 seconds out. TC is going to be garrisoned. Zarify now being added in up against the few archers that do remain here. And these Knights unable to get a good contest. Spearman count just too high. Yeah, this is going to be a hold, and then it's going to be a fold. Elyono behind this is nowhere near Castle Age themselves. Knights are now getting rinsed on the spears. Going to reform the line to back up. Elyono about to be at a disadvantage. Tech complete in 10 seconds. Spearman count is down to 11, so Elyono should be left with a few Knights to work with here. But the rebound with troops behind us, the fact that there's Palace Guard coming as well, means that now you don't really have enough to stay here. In fact, the first of the Palace Guard coming out should be enough to deter Elyono away. Either that, or you have to peel off and start hunting for the villagers, because going for this town center simply does not work anymore. He's going to try for it. Price is going to be high, though. Last of the army is going to be going down. Palace Guard are clapping back up against the French Knights. The villagers, they are going to go for the repairs. There we go. Finn's the Knight number. Repairs up. Techstars is going to make him last long enough, and that means that Elyono is going to be reset out of this base. Army holds on for the time being, but don't be deceived, folks. Look at the health bars on the remaining units. Last of the Knights goes down. Elyono has built up a 15 eco lead, but keep in mind that they are still an entire age behind. Now, the problem with this is Elyono, it's a good timing for an attack. They've done what they needed to for the most. They didn't get the TC, which is unfortunate. That TC going down would have made this worthwhile, but now you reset towards the min-map from a position where you're still not ready for tech. You could stop producing and get up, but now when you see Palace Guards starting to come out, you can't afford to, right? This is the fast-moving, two-legged, heavy melee units, right? That are able to rush into your eco. So Elyono has to reboom into more cav. Of course, there isn't something more expensive food-wise you could be building right now, so just keeps them further and further away. And the scary part about this, thank God they brought across. I was about to say, the scary part is that you're going to run out of food. So I'm glad to see they've got Guildhall on the way, because if they waited another minute, the deer would be gone, as would the berries. At that stage, you'd have to make farms, which idles you further. So they will find the way. Raw Institute as a choice isn't one I'm a big fan of here. If Elyono still had all those knights from before, it makes a lot of sense, right? Raw Bloodlines is huge here. But now, on this delay, and the fact that you're up against Yuji that are going to play a poor man's China comp, where you just build Nesta Bees and Spearmen, Knights aren't your solution. And Crossbow Turrets might sound nice, but up against mass Nesta Bees, Raw Institute is still going to look pathetic. Yeah, and the other thing is now, if this turns into a macro game, which it easily can with the granary clusters being set up, you can't rush Imperial Age the same way as usually you can. You don't have that free food just bulking up until you've got everything you need for an imp upgrade. Instead, you've got an all-in timer in the next few minutes, or farewell, Princess. So Knights will be blunted trying to get into the base. And Elyono must have, like, what, about 3,000 finite food left over? I think it's less than that. It's actually about maybe 1.5k food until they have to make farms happen. Credit to them, actually. Elyono, well, I didn't expect that many already. Well played. 25 farms have been set up, so this is actually a really good sign. I may have not given enough credit to Elyono. This farm transition usually comes in a little bit later from French and in more of a rush, but it seems that they were gradually making that transition occur. Meanwhile, Killjadi, of course, was more kind of rushed in his approach, right? Waited until he had what he needed for 20 farms plus 2 granaries. But it does mean that right now, their food income, if they just get a taxman over here, should be much better than Elyono's. And they still have finite food sources on the flanks to work with here. Neither player playing in towards relics just yet. It feels like neither can afford to, right? Like for Elyono, all that gold has to go into the Raw Bloodlines upgrade and other things from the Raw Institute. On the other side of it, Killjadi doesn't really have the breathing room to move out. Looks like Elyono has actually found the Monastery Wood. Has got the first monk on the way. Nice position for it as well. It means this first relic is quickly going to return what it cost in a monk. And yeah, well highlighted by type error there. I didn't quite glance the 2k wood income, so Elyon, I think they were just spending quite a lot of it instead of just bulking, which is nice to see. I've noticed a lot of players, when they're going for a dive like that, they get distracted, and they don't make a gradual wood transition with farms. They just wait until they're 2k, 3k, 4k, whatever, and then they drop all the farms. And usually that's a lot worse, right? It just means you're floating dead resources. So good overseeing of the economy there from Elyona. Elyona now has a 20 eco lead, but I don't know, man. Zhuji, like every time I want to say it's great, it's a 20 eco lead, it's a shake in the head and the fact that Zhuji now have 3 granaries set up. The only thing really missing here is supervision for even more food gathering, but the Nest of Bees is its own issue that Elyona does not have a solution to right now. In some ways, Knights can be a solution if you can reach them right, because you're much more chunky, but with Killjadi just going for that discount Chinese build, Spears plus Nest of Bees, I don't see how you really reach them ever. The fact that Elyona is going into, oh god, Arbor Trio here. So this is another thing that I think is a bit worrisome when I see people go for Royal Institute, is I feel like you get forced to use it, if that makes sense. So what I mean by forced to use it is you built Royal Institute, you can't upgrade archers, there's nothing there. There's crossbow stirrups, there's gambesons, there's reasons to build into the Arbor Trio. But actually, you don't need Arbor Trio right now, you need Springles. That's the solution. Like, these Nest of Bees are incredibly squishy. They're not clock tower Nest of Bees. You have to treat them for what they are. They are basically the equivalent of a Mangonel. Instead, leave themselves in kind of a sticky situation here. In a choke point, these Nest of Bees can dominate these fights. Spearman overextend though. Killjadi has to pull back a little bit late. Second wave from the Nest of Bees needs to target on the Arbor Trio. Tries to stand his ground on top of this, but mistakes most definitely made here. Killjadi overextending with the Nest of Bees. He's going to lose the siege. And Elyona, despite the Arbor Trio reliance here looking like it was going to fall flat, it's enough to get them through. Heavy losses on both sides, but the siege loss for Killjadi hits hard. And big shout out to Fatblood for making sure Killjadi and Voldemar have the exact emotes they need for the platform. Appreciate you, buddy. Ooh, Killjadi, man, that's kind of crazy, actually. If he didn't rush past that choke point, this could have looked pretty good. I think it kind of became a bit dire, though. In Killjadi's mind, he saw that what was either going to happen is he was going to rush out and the Knights were going to go past him, or he was going to stand here and the Knights would run around the back. Either side, the issue there, people wondering why did Killjadi even attempt that attack then? By the time you see your opponent, if you try to run away, how do you get the Nest of Bees halfway across the map? You don't. So the only option there is to take a trade. Now, unfortunately, the knock-on effect is Elyona just got access to the central golds as a civ that requires a phenomenal amount of gold without Guildhall as well. So this was a saving grace. If Elyona lost that fight, this game is close to over, right? They wouldn't be able to scale Knights or Arbor Trio. But now, the possibility of Imperial Age looks more doable for the French. Lancers are going to find some eco, though, so well played by Killjadi. He knows he can't take a direct fight anymore, so with these Lancers, he's been stockpiling up. He'll go on the flanks. It's an interesting situation to find yourself in, actually, if you're French. You wouldn't ever expect your opponent, being a civ like the Zhuji, to scale into Lancers when you've revealed Royal Bloodline Knights, but it's a well-played moment here. Like, Elyona doesn't have many Knights to work with, right? So they don't have an ability to mirror and outclass here. Considering, like, what, it's 13 versus 9? This clash, though, might be a good one. For a start, there was no charge from Killjadi. This is actually a really bad fight, Killjadi. Sir, they are Royalist of Royal Bloodlines right now. If that was the whole 13, that actually could have been a good trade, but instead, Killjadi throws him away. So 4 Knights remaining. Sorry, I meant that 3 to the 1 that straggles off, but the Arbor Trio will make quick work of that. So pretty much all cav removed for Killjadi. He has actually got a control over the center himself as well. Keeper's being dropped here, so it's not like it's a terrible, oh no, what have you done situation. He actually managed to pull the Knights to a location that he's able to set up his keep. And now, we have got a lot of infantry. 1 Nest of Bees with no answer as well. Spring was trying to solve that. Unfortunately, I don't know where it is. It's over here. It's far away. So Arbor Trio are struggling against this. Village is now being pulled for the repair. No textiles, though. That could be a massacre. Push through now. Provisas get dropped. Has got the Gambesons to work with, so a lot of melee armor here. A leak through troops. Second Nest of Bees does show up. The castle's being kept alive, but at a high price here. Alyona has to pull away. Arbor of the Trio go down. Control over the castle is failing, and Alyona about to run out of gold at a critical point where they need more crossbows. Oh man, oh man. Can Killjadi finish it off? This push through, the idle time on the villages, the Arbor of the Trio count is getting low. The problem right now is they're targeting a lot of spears when they need to be targeting Palace Guard. The one Nest of Bees also holding them hostage is finally dealt with. And the castle is going to survive this, but Killjadi has got trebuchets coming behind it. Now Alyona, now without gold, can only build spears. Oh my god, this is just disgusting. The non-stop pump of Palace Guard at this stage in the game. Even against Arbor of the Trio, really, it's not about getting good trades, it's just about getting territory, and I love that from Killjadi. He understands this game isn't defined by winning one fight. It's defined by who has control over the gold. Now, out of time for Alyona, definitely set them back. Arbor of the Trio count down to 17, only 6 knights to work with, but look at Killjadi's army. 14 spears, 33 Palace Guard, and now trebuchets on the way to the front line. Trebuchets on the way to the front line. Trebuchet. Okay, I'm calling him out. He's not moving. Killjadi, you're going to have to tell this guy to stop taking coffee breaks in the middle of games, you know? There's work to be done. Killjadi, a magnanimous leader, makes sure that all of his people have appropriate coffee breaks and toilet breaks, even in the middle of the game. But the Trebs are now on the way. And this is about to get expensive. Alyona didn't quick repair the keep, actually. They only put it up to half HP, so now they're going to have to burn a lot of additional stone repairing this. Remember, when you use more than 3 villages to repair something, it costs additional resources. So this is going to hurt. So they did actually buy up a bunch of stone here, so plenty to work with for the time being. Oh wait, no, that was a cancel the keep. That's what it was. Okay, so it looks like they were trying to make a creep happen here. Fails to connect though. Nice move there coming in from the Palace Guard. Killjadi makes sure it's only one castle to contest. Probably a good thing for Alyona, because if it was that castle going up, they would have been out of stone over here. Look how quickly they're spending all this. Having 15 villages repair this. And 4 trebuchets for Killjadi now. 3 of them already attacking. Army goes in for the dive. Just needs to idle them out a little bit. Get it to the on fire point there. Arbor of the Trio mass not looking scary. Alyona only with 27 right now. The Palace Guard, all they need to do is keep this castle garrison to get rid of it. And it's working. More villages being pulled. 15 more to repair this, but Knight right now is on fire. The costs are adding up with 4 trebuchets, soon to be 5. This is going down. And afterwards, the floodgate opens here. Wave 1 has been cleared up, yes, but if Alyona can't find a counteroffensive, this is going to be over. Villagers now rushing out. Knights dive through onto the siege, but it's too late. You've already lost the castle. This is a bad trade. That castle now able to clean up the few knights that are in the area. Killjadi temporarily has to reset. Rams are moving in. Well, he took a knock in there, but he's going to keep on rocking. He at least cancels it to get 700 stone back here. More gathering is happening behind this. More upgrades coming in on the outposts. And the Rams moving in, but the melee vulnerability means they're not going to last long against the Spearmen. This dive in, if Alyona doesn't get this castle, it's grim tidings, folks. A lot is about to be thrown away. Yes, Killjadi threw away an army trying to make that dive happen, but now Alyona has to do the exact same. Last of the knights is falling. Villagers will look for the garrison, and then they can look to burn this down. 5 Rams, but not much health left between them. Trebs are going to finally enough start sniping out the Arbor of the Trio, but the Lancers are in. Only 2 Rams remain knocking on the castle, and with 700 stone in reserve, Killjadi will not be pushed back here. Alyona at least able to keep gold control right. You see the amount of work going on back here. 5k gold left on that vein, so it won't run out anytime soon, but the Nest of Bees pump is coming again, and this is the problem. Alyona has sacrificed everything melee to deal with this keep. They have nothing left to the Nest of Bees. Arbor Trio now diving in. Killjadi, if he just targets over there, it's going to be an absolute massacre. Instead, a few villages are being traded out, but 130 eco, you don't really care if you're losing a few villages here or there. Horsemen are at least going to try to wrap around the back, but the problem is the hand cannon fire. It's just so fast. Nest of Bees able to clear up the Rams. And with only a trickle of horsemen coming in, I think Alyona's misread the situation. You need to stockpile about 20 of these and go. Instead, Castle's going to survive. Wood being wasted on Rams that just aren't going to do anything anymore. And now with 5 Nest of Bees, these choke points around the gold become the cornerstone of Killjadi's strategy here. It might be the stone used to create a gravestone for Elyoner in this game. Nesta Bees baiting in the few horsemen. I think this is a misread by Elyoner. You can't do this. Like, this is how you lose games. Either go Springolds or go mass horsemen, but don't send them in 5 at a time. Nesta Bees now going in for the absolute massacre. And that will be GG. Elyoner puzzled and discombobulated. No way back. Killjadi, you filthy GG picker. He'll get the win. So we're getting French nerfs, right? French nerfs coming? French nerfs? Wait, I mean buffs. No. It's going to be nerfs. Remember, when a Civ loses, it gets nerfed. That's the meta. No. Guys. French needs to be nerfed. Did you see the way that he, like, built a second TC and then out-ecoed the Zhuji? Get nerfed. Biz eventually got the buff they needed. Sure, but they got nerfed first, right? So we nerf French and then we buff. We figured it out, man. We know the meta. All right. Let's see. Who else have we got that we can cast? Wait. Don's facing off against Voldemar. Yo. You know. We've done a lot of Don today, but in fairness, we've missed him. You know we're going to cast that one, guys. You know, I'm going to get accused of being the Donald fan club, and I'm okay with that. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action, folks. It's time for more of the Artista Donald. Rax opener as the Roos going up against the kid, a.k.a. Voldemar, on his signature Civ. He's got the Chinese. We are on Gorge, and this is going to be a gorgeous play or an ugly one. There's no in-between for Don. Donald doesn't do half efforts. He doesn't do floating the boat. He looks to rock the boat. He looks to flip the boat. And that's exactly what we're going to get here with the Rax drop. A little bit lagging behind on the wood gathering, though. It means the first spearman is slow to come out. But look at the gold position. Oh, my God. Sorry, I said that like an infatuated schoolgirl. Oh, my God. I can't believe he's doing this. Wait, is he actually... Like, what? Where are the... What in the deuce? Wait. Wait. Is he using the spearman to snipe the deer? Oh, that's sick. Yo, it makes sense. Think about it, guys. Like, he doesn't have a hunting cabin, so it's one scout. It's one scout versus 2 right now. Oh, my God. I mean, he needs the bounty as well to eventually get the gold required. Yep. Either that or it's the wide arcing wrap to make sure he doesn't get seen. But either way, like, second spearman's on the way now, folks. And the gold hasn't been set up yet. Because remember, Voldemar's playing as the Chinese. He uses the initial mill wood instead, right? Like, he has to use the wood on the mill plus the village. He doesn't have enough for a mining camp straight away. So this is a great read by Don. I mean, it's a little bit gambly that you get the gold spawning on the ford for it to definitely work. But hey, man, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Generation's nice to you. Go for it. And, dude, that's actually kind of sick. I love that. Scouts take 2 hits. Spearmen only take 1. What? That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, we also need to set up more predictions, don't we? Who will win? I mean, I don't know. I don't think this one's definitely over, but let's put a prediction up. You guys only get 30 seconds. Is it going to be Don or is it going to be Voldemar that wins this one? Get your predictions in now. If you're watching this late on YouTube... Okay, that's not a good sign for Don. If you're watching this late on YouTube, the only way you can actually predict like that is if you're watching live on Twitch. Although, be sure to drop down in the comments who you think is going to win now. Don't cheese it. And oh my God, my game almost crashed. I don't know what that was. So more spearmen coming. They're still in Dark Age. But Voldemar has got a lot of gold to gather. This is the other issue. Like, you open the IO, like, you don't have much gold to work with, right? So you do struggle in that regard. Don. Is he going to find the other deer? No. It looks like he's not. He's not going to find the wolf either. Funnily enough, like the Spearman could have helped him take the ball, but instead they are all fixated on that goal location, and Don Artie instead now moving out for a ball. He doesn't even need it. Well, he kind of did, right? He needed wheelbarrow. He didn't have wheelbarrow yet, but he's already got the gold he needs for a tech up. It's the food that's lagging behind. Kind of surprised he didn't go for wheelbarrow, considering that he doesn't have the food and he's nowhere near having the food to go for his tech. The other side of this, right now, Voldemar has a problem. He needs gold. The upside is he can get it through the mill. The downside is it's going to take him longer than he'd like. No. Not just a Roost Dark Age Spears play against China. A Roost Dark Age Spears play against China that's working. Imperial Academy on the way. That still means no Barbican. And behind this, bounty-wise, I mean, Don didn't do terrible. Right? It's not great, but he has got the hunting cabin now set up. The thing you have to remember that's deceptive here is the gold he has, he never had a hunting cabin. That was all from hunting animals, right? The hunting cabin only got dropped after the boar, so he actually done a good job to get this much gold together. That's why he doesn't have wheelbarrow. Well, he does have a tech up. And please. Oh my... Donald, that is illegal! That should not be allowed! Who rushes the Barbican rushes? The Roos will do. Oh my god, he's gonna... No, you can't do that. He's gonna drop it on the mill. Oh my god, Voldemar with 2 scouts. Did he just see that? He must have seen that. There's no way he didn't see that. Did Don just thread the needle? No wheelbarrow either. And he is going for glory. Don, he's got 4 spearmen here. He can't be contested anymore. The villagers, no tech stars, no rush out opportunity. This is getting dropped. And Voldemar's dreams are getting popped like a balloon. Oh my god. Don Artie, the artista. And the kid is about to get put to bed early. Oh my god. Voldemar, he's sending the scouts and the horsemen out to deal with this little pocket expansion. Dom will be raided there and probably will lose 2 villagers, but in return, Voldemar is going to lose access to food. And that tech up is also going to allow him to spread knights out onto the eastern flank. So right now, Voldemar, he's going to have nothing to work with. He at least has not clubbed the sheep, but I'm wondering, does Don target them down first? If he goes after the sheep, this is going to be disgusting. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. He still doesn't know. But he's about to find out the hard way. Tech up complete. Don Artie, the Kremlin rush against the Chinese. Gets the villager for his trouble. Looks like the sheep are going to pull away now, so won't be able to snipe them in time. So still some food to work with. Don, I wonder if he could have got a little bit closer with this. It would have been risky, though. You want to stay out of vision. Looks like he's going to move out around on the flank here. So villagers... He's going for the Wooden Fortress follow-up. Oh, my God. And Voldemar, what are you doing right now? Voldemar? Volda? Voldy? Voldy getting a bit moldy right now. I mean, he's not reacting to this. He had idle villagers. They're now going down. They're A-clicking. What? Voldemar, kind sir, yes, you're raiding Eco, but you're also being raided at home by a much slower moving unit. Oh my god. I cannot believe that. How did he get a better trade? How? The ball got idled out, right? Sure, you found some eco there, but somehow you lost more out of this. I think he equaled it up in the end, right? Like, worker kills, you can see it does now favor Voldemar, but he's struggling, man. This is doing things to his brain right now. Oh my god. I can't believe Don is doing this to him. Please, please don't. No. This doesn't look like a full base to me yet. Where's the archery ranges? Where's the stables? Oh my dear god. Well, Don, he's gonna have to go out for that food again soon. Or, hear me out, guys. There's perfectly good food over here. Doesn't mean he'd have to build a wooden fortress at home, but I mean, there's food he can access. It's good for it. Don asks, the map provides. Hunting cabin over here. Or wait, no, it's not even a hunting cabin. He's actually going for the outpost drop. Don. You disgusting, vile human being. The Kremlin vision, look at it! It sees it all! So you all thought the Kremlin was about killing villagers? No, 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 no. It's all about the vision. That vision, right there, Castle Watch, would have cost him 50 stone, but who wants to pay 50 stone when you can just pay 175 wood, 400 food and 200 gold, and Voldemar has to shift to the other side? Are you kidding me right now? And now Don is going for stone. Now, some people might go, oh wow, Don's going for a secondary TC to get ahead on Nico. Oh, my child. Bless you. Don is not going stone to get a TC. Don is going stone to get emplacements. Oh my god. Still no knights, by the way. I genuinely thought we'd see knights by now, but instead he's going for archery range. So this ram could solve the problem for Voldemar. 2 of them being built. Oh, this game. This game is something truly beautiful. Double archery range, in fact. Wow. Okay, so villagers are his only solution against rams. He's also doing this into horsemen. He knows, right? He knows his opponent has horsemen, but Don seems confident the spearmen were good enough. Villagers get sniped again. Don, where are the defenses? I mean, summon the militia or something here. Instead, he's going to run back to base. He can't afford to, actually. He's got no food. Okay, now I know why he's going for archers. Oh my god, Don, please drop off food. This is hurting right now. Is he going to drop off before he pumps the villager? I think he's going to miss out. Yep. Oh no. Well, it shouldn't be too bad, right? He hasn't got wheelbarrows. At least they drop off at a reasonable time. So more are being queued up. But Don, he's now 2 eco behind. It's 3 rams. And he's only now adding in the first archers. He's up against 11. I think despite the cuteness of what Don has done here, I'm not sure this is gonna work. I love that he's going for Castle Watch here. Or you're trying to see what's on the next map. You don't need to see this. Even a short-sighted person with their glasses off could see this. It's right in your face. Rams. It's going to be clown car action. Villagers also being pulled. That means they're going to be sniped, though. Garrison inside the Wooden Fortress. Spearmen need to get rid of this, but it's countered by archers. This just doesn't work. 1 Wooden Fortress down. Moves into the second one. I think this is the end, folks. Don. If only he'd gone for stables play. If he'd moved onto the hunting cabin earlier, we could have been looking at knights. This would have been great. But Donald tried to go for mass archers too late. This has to be GG, right? There's no way you come back from this. You're about to be, what, almost 10 eco behind? GG comes out. Donald played with his food, and it turned out that his food bit back. Well, I guess we know why no one rushes the Barbican rushes. I think I just call that one Who Rushes the Barbican Rushes. Oh my god. And then I'll just call it a discount Barbican. I mean, I don't know, man. I kind of felt like if he'd gone for knights, I know it would have been expensive. He didn't have much food, but it needs to be cav there, right? You need to find a way. I mean, he had food right behind it as well. That was kind of the crazy part to me. Instead, cheeks get clapped. Well played, Mr. Kid. All right, so let's choose prediction. Voldemar, 89% of you went with that. Okay, honestly, I think if I had delayed those predictions 2 more minutes, I get the feeling a lot of you would have backed Donald, wouldn't you? Okay, I'm messaging my emote artist guy, or gal, because like my emote artist person, they just sent me over a concept for one of the emotes. They're like, "Do you want A or B?" And I'm like, "I actually don't know. They're both so good. They are actually both so good." Oh my god, I don't know which one to go for. Honestly, I need to grab it and send it to my partner. They can give their input. I don't want to show you guys because I don't want to spoil it. They're so good, dude. Hannah's amazing. They're absolutely amazing. A and B, dude. I don't have enough emote slots for that. Which one for the flag emote? Never doubt the kid for a sec. What about when that Kremlin completed? Did your heart sink? These kind of interactions could never be seen in SG. That is simply untrue, Portuguese. What? Portuguese, have you watched a lot of Stormgate? Those sort of interactions can 100% be seen in that game. I'm waiting for people to Shroudstone rush. They're going to try it. It's basically a Protoss cannon rush. On top of that, dogs can, if you neglect to address dogs, they can rush your base and eat your face off in a few minutes. There's loads of funny plays you could actually make at Stormgate. And the civs aren't even complete yet. Alright. It's just not the same with needing to defend the vills and garrisoning. What do you mean? Oh, you mean in Stormgate? Yeah, so I think that's the thing, like, I don't know. Personally, I always hated how, like, TCs defend you so much. So I'm kind of a mixed feeling on that element. I get, like, it's a core mechanic that's required with the way that AoE is designed. It wouldn't work without it. But it's definitely a very different experience. I think, like, actually, not that, because we were talking about Stormgate earlier, weren't we? And, like, what's kind of interesting is I'm just thinking about how weird that experience must be for anyone coming from Age of Empires, is actually having a base that doesn't automatically defend you must be so weird and polarizing, right? It's just not, it's not familiar territory. Guys, guess who's back on Age of Empires? Louis, I guess he didn't make it to the playoffs because I think he had been playing in Stormgate. Louis playing. We've got Louis versus Kiljardi. Give me a sec. Just need to send a message. Okay. Would you guys... Okay, before we get in the game, I'm wondering, would you guys think it's weird if our Civ emotes, the Civ flag emotes, were different for certain Civs? So, like, half of them was one style and half of them was the other. Would that be cool or bad? Oh, dear God, that's bad. I didn't mean to click that. I'm wondering if it would kind of, like, be weird. Because I'm so torn. They're both so cool. How do you come back from a lost battle if your base does not defend you? Well, that's the interesting thing, I think, with Stormgate. I mean, if you get past the first few minutes, there's loads of ways you can come back with multi-base, with some of the early defenses. So, for example, Overcharge with Bobs basically gives them 100% damage reduction, so they get hit for 1. So they can actually hold back small groups of units. And then you can rush up, for example, defenses. And then on the other side of it, for Infernals, Infernals have a few things that can help them defend. For a start, like the choke points with Gaunts and Infest, they also have a few abilities of their own. So there is ways. There's ways? There are ways, rather. Who won? Vlad or Don? Don made the comeback. I'm kidding. Vlad won. They're just different RTSs? Yes. No way you watch it over a... See, that's the interesting thing. I was feeling like from a watching POV, I thought that's where Stormgate would grab more people. From a playing perspective, I think if you want a calm, slower approach, then that's where Age of Empires might appeal to you more. But definitely from a watching perspective, like we've highlighted, why we do the fast forward in the first 5 minutes is not as much happens, right? But honestly, I'm gonna do like here. I'm gonna do a quick poll on this with the thingy. What to do with flag emotes? And I'm curious what you guys think. Do we have one design for all flags? Two designs, half each. So basically, what this is do we have... So I'm getting a flag emote. You've probably seen some other people who have flag emotes. I'm going to get one for each civ. But what I'm wondering is if we have a different looking style. Because they're going to be appropriately themed for this channel. But like the thing carrying the flag looks different. So I'm wondering if we do half of one style, half the other, or all in one style. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Maybe they're talking about maybe being able to do different shape and color for like each civ, maybe. Somehow, yeah, Voldemort won that. Have one design for all flags. That's the majority of people. Damn, now I'm even more torn as to which one I do. I don't know. Do I show it to you guys? I want to keep it a surprise for you guys. It's really cool looking. Damn. Do I show you guys? Am I going to have to show you guys? Because I'm struggling on this one. Oh, I really want to keep it a surprise. So it looks like have one design for all flags. Okay. So, all right, let's hold on a sec. Let's do... I'm going to show you guys what we're doing. Because I want people to, you know, like, this is nice, actually. Like, I want to keep it a surprise, but there's still so much to see with this. But out of the two choices, left or right, do we do... Which one? You guys can see it fully, right? Like, the chat thing isn't in the way. Let me put a poll up. I'll put a quick poll up. These look cool. These look so cool. Law, you want left? See, that's the thing. I was like, left looks cool, but then I love the adorable face on right. So, like, for example, if I move the chat, you'll see what I mean, right? It's like, right has an adorable face as well. They both look so cool. That's why I was like, do we do 50-50? I love this, like, this person I work with, like, they're incredible. Oh, man. Dude, you guys are split down the middle. All of a sudden, voting for, like, one of all the same type, you regret, right? I just love the ecstatic look on the right side pigeon's face, but the dankness of the left side one is so cool. Because I can't have both made up. That would be 32 slots, and we only have enough for 16 barely in animated. It's genuinely split down the center. All right. So I'm going to do the previous poll again, just to see if you guys are certain. That, I know I'll just have to make a choice, one or the other. Half of each, all of one. 1 minute. Go. Aggro civs go left, boomy civs go right. Oof, dude, that's going to be so hard to figure out. I think the person I'm working with mentioned something about possibly like making a shirt or making glasses which are like different colors for to like make them, you know, make it not just be a recolor of the flag, but like a recolor of other elements as well. So more people want all of one. One sec. While this completes, I'll eat myself half a biscuit. Ah. Maybe do rotation monthly. Emotes are not cheap, Donald. Anime emotes are not that cheap. That's going to cost me. Dude. She's too good. She's too damn good. That's the problem. It's making it so hard. You know you want both? Dude. But like people want all of one. They don't want a fitty-fitty. I don't know. It's the adorable goddamn eyes. People don't know what they want. I've got to show them what they want, right? Oh, I don't know. So wait, you guys were you guys 50-50 on the last one? I'm trying to remember. It was 50-50 on left or right, wasn't it? Crap. Both optimal in different situations. That doesn't help. Both choices are correct. Yeah, so like a 50-50, but people just said they want all of one. I'm trying to think how I do this if I'm like, if it's a 50-50. I think it has to be all of one, doesn't it? More like Iron Man or Ali G. What do you mean? How is one of those like Ali G? I don't get it. The Ali G would be the left one, but I'd say that would be Iron Man as well. Because he always wears those glasses. Let the gods decide. Because here's my thought, guys. So you see these? Same artists. They done these things. So like, knowing that that's kind of what the pigeon would look like when it's fully done, which would look better? Do people still think like without glasses looks just as good? Told you, she's just too good at what she does. Do we do flip a coin? Is that how we're deciding this? Are we just flipping a coin? Because I think it has to be all of one. Otherwise, it's really weird. I know what I'm going to do. I said I'm eventually going to... I haven't chosen yet, but like, you know, I know what I'm going to do. Whichever one it's not, I will save for Stormgate. That's my decision, because I've said I'm going to create some Stormgate emotes as well, Leia. So, tails, we do sunglasses. Heads, we do happy. You guys ready? It's tails. We have a winner. It's gonna be... Oh god, now I'm not sure. Best of 3? Did we make the right choice? I think that, like... I think so. I think so. We take the sunglasses, because like I'm gonna be indecisive otherwise. I'm just gonna like go back and forth and convince myself out. We'll do sunglasses. Let me just message them, because I want them to get to work on that ASAP. Once I've got more slots. And yeah, that price is fine. Awesome. All right, we done it. It's going to be sunglasses. They're both so good. All right, guys. Sorry for the delay, but that was an important strategic decision because that is exactly why you guys should be subbing to the channel, because there's going to be a lot more emotes coming. Should we get to it, though? Let's get into it. Wait a second. Wait. Sorry, one more issue. I just heard a car, and I need to check that that's my partner arriving home on time and not my daughter arriving home early. I think we're okay. Yeah, we're okay. My daughter's home, but my partner's home. I think my daughter's home. Whatever. My partner's home, so we're good. Louis can cast games. That's basically the TLDR. You guys ready? Let's go. All right. One and all, welcome back to A4 Action. We are here live for a showdown between Killjadi and Louis. That's right. The Chinese prodigy kid is back on the grind. He's been missing for about 2 weeks. I think he's actually been locked inside playing Stormgate nonstop, but they're back to Age of Empires 4. They kick it off, playing as the Chinese up against Killjadi's Mongols. Interesting clash of players as well, right? Like, I think we've seen the creativity of Louis in the early game as well as the mid game. More recently, we featured a lot of mid-late game situations because he clashes with Beastie a lot, but I think Louis has previously, especially on this Civ, proven his capabilities in the opening phase of the game. He's going to need to when he's up against such an aggressive player on such an aggressive Civ. Killjadi looks like he's going to be opening with that rack. He's going to hit the 2-time speed to get past the first 5 minutes so that things start to happen here. I imagine it'll be even quicker than that, considering it is the Mongols. They look to aggro immediately. Louis got a pretty good position here for the most, though. Retracted gold behind this, and also the awkward thing about trying to outpost rush out this map is typically you get 2 options, like what's happened here for Louis. If you block out the gold and stone on this north side, he's got stone plus gold on the south side, so pretty cozy game for him. Looks like the first spearmen are now marching across the field, but they are going to take quite a while to arrive. Louis already doing a good job of kind of like min-maxing, going for the gold first, making sure that this opportunity isn't going to be there clearly for Killjadi before Louis has the first resource ready to go. Actually, instead, Killjadi, what a choice. This is much better. I think the gold would have sucked because of the timing, but this gives him what he needs. Sheep have been clubbed in a weird place, though. I do not... Oh, God. Like... What? Wait, what? Guys. Please. The mill. Oh, that is not good. Well, Outpost is going to complete. Barbican is being built behind this, so it's going to be a multi-TC approach, but this is ugly to look at from Louis. Louis, who, by the way, is yet to return with the sheep, which is probably a good thing, considering he would have clubbed them away from where they needed to be. Big shout out to BNK coming through the resub. Welcome back to the Swarm, my friend. I'm sure many people will be joining that Swarm soon with what we've got cooking. So it looks like gold is going to be forced away from. Not enough for the second landmark yet. 156 gold, so a little bit shy, but... has got the Barbican, has secured the stone, and it means you can look to secure TCs to kind of move south side here. I can already see an idea in mind where the boar and the deer are located. Difficult to reach because of the initial spearmen, but with the tech up, you get access to archers. That's really all you need to secure that area. Meanwhile, Killjadi behind this is going for the dock. So Fish to boom him up. Love this detail. It's something that's really nice about Himiyama. We only see a few civs interact with this, typically because it feels like a weird arms race with double dock, right? A drop from each side. But in this matchup, makes a lot of sense. Chinese, although they do have better production rates on the docks, and that seems like a valuable play, they can't risk doing it against this spearman opening the Mongols. So a great read there by Killjadi. We do get a backup mill. And you know what? In a way, I actually think that Killjadi helped Louis out here, considering Louis was dropping off the TC by mistake. This has at least fixed the issue. He has got the supervision going on that mill. Stone now being moved on to, so we are going to get the multi-TC approach. Probably 2. I wouldn't want to go 3 here. I think the Mongols start to turn the screws a little bit. On the other side of this, Killjadi, once he starts to save up, I'm expecting Silver Tree here. The map is nicely aligned for it. You can even actually trade the south side if you want to take risks. On the north side, a little bit less ideal, but you still get 2/3 of the map, which should more or less cap you out or close to. Did we put predictions up for this one? I don't think we did. Let's do that now. Is it going to be Killjadi? Or is it going to be Louis? 30 seconds. Get your predictions in now. I think we're at a stage where it's not really apparent who's going to win it. If you're watching this on YouTube later, make sure you actually comment down below at this point before the game ends. Don't be cheeky. I want to see what your predictions are, who you think is going to win. Kill Academy now also being added in, so we're going to get towards the Song Dynasty pretty quickly here. It's kind of awkward whenever you have to go Barbican first, but it makes a lot of sense why he done it in this game. He wouldn't have been able to get on the stone in time otherwise. It could have been blocked, so didn't want to take the risk, right? Like, 2 outposts already got set up. The third one would have been here before Barbican would have ever arrived. So great read there by Louis to make the hard choice that every Chinese player suffers from: greed or living. He chose to live. Silver Tree now on the way for the greed from the other side. Killjadi will be scaling into that trade. So it does somewhat put Louis in the clock. Song Dynasty makes it a little bit softer of a blow, but you're still going to have to play out for resources quite quickly here due to the fact that Sheep are already being clubbed down at a pretty rapid pacing here. And the second TC, at this rate at least, doesn't look like it's going to be able to secure a lot of resources. The Spearman, the Calm, all these details should have a way of blocking out and move towards that boring deer location. That's why we've got Chuganu coming out. I would like to see him go for the TC drop on the boar and the deer, but I wouldn't be surprised if he just chooses not to. Like, realistically, you know there can't be any extra units outside spears, but you don't know how many spears are going to be there. It looks like one Chuganu is enough to convince him confidently he can make this move. Good scouting rotation, actually. I think Louis, the detail that allowed him to do this, 1, he scouted the dock, and 2, I think the scout was checking here. When you don't see any additional units coming, you know your opponent has to be teching. So great read there. Means that Louis does get the high-value play. Boar and deer secure, and also a route to his base now cut off. Pretty important route as well, actually, if you think about it. Killjadi had already secured north side with a double outpost, and he wanted to play south side next to constrict the map. But this means that Louis keeps this giant chunk of the map accessible to him here. He's going to be pulling the boar across, so Shiv's out. Love that he's just got a Chuganu in there, adding a teensy tiny insu-insu little bit of damage. But now a lot of food for the Chinese, and it makes up for the difference here on the other side, right, of Killjadi having fish to bolster him a bit. So this means that Killjadi does need to start rushing towards rushing towards trade. My brain, Gaia units of a different type blocking that. Okay, I don't know why a packed up building can convince a wolf to leave, but imagine if it didn't there. Imagine if his game was entirely ruined by a single wolf. Oh god. That would have been incredible. Stand able to ride. Killjadi now moving to the Keshiks. Other side of this, Lou, of course, is going to take a little bit of time to just bolster his eco, right? 2 TC puts quite the strain. In conjunction with the fact that it's Song Dynasty, you have to think about what this is, right? Usually, each extra TC costs you 150 food a minute. For the Chinese, it costs you 200. So although you're getting a return on investment kind of quicker from a TC investment, you are paying a higher price initially. It's really weird in that way. Now a double outpost being set up for hand cannons. Love it. I feel like the power of the Zhu Ji and how often they got spammed really kind of resurged people's like attention towards how good hand cannon slits are. They are absurd. I remember someone actually done the maths on Reddit, and it came out that hand cannon slits, with their attack speed in comparison to Springholds, have a similar damage output on anything that's considered up to medium armor than what you get out of a Springhold. And the difference is a Springhold emplacement costs you 175 resources. This only costs you 75. That's ludicrous. Keshiks riding on the north side. I'm wondering if there are any good opportunities here. Diving the base is very difficult. Double Barbican, or double hand cannon fire rather, from the Barbican plus the TC means Keshiks don't last very long. Compared to like a French Knight, they have 45 less health, right? The whole point is you're meant to be able to find a way in to hit targets to kind of extend your life, but that dive can cost you dearly. Especially now that we've got double Rax play coming in from Louis. Keshiks are going to wrap on the backside, but the Spearman already here. This is a bad attack for Killjadi. She needs to focus on getting the trade, ramping as quickly as possible. And it looks like he's got a good start to this. And that's 3 traders in total being added in. But he's not non-stop pumping, which kind of concerns me. I understand that you feel a little bit threatened, but right now, the Keshik opportunities to raid in are going to be limited. Looks like a freebie is given over here. Louis. A little bit of damage done, but actually didn't even get 1 kill there from the Keshik charge. Great micro by Louis. Keeps one alive on 1 HP. Wait, did he die in the... Oh. I think he died when he returned to the gold line. So well played by Killjadi on that micro, but that's probably the only raid you should be getting here. Now we're getting the village set up. This is really important. It means the Keshiks have double the charge distance to reach this target. Instead of beelining straight for it, they have to go around the structures now like this. It means Louis can quickly garrison in and be safe for the most. Killjadi, on the other hand, these Keshiks will slowly get worn down, so needs to kind of reset, pull away. Should be more trade being added in. Only up to 4 so far, though. Second TC just paying for itself. Already now 8 eco ahead. Remember, that does include the traders plus the fishing that's happening for Killjadi. So rough for him to be up against this. He knows he's on the clock, which is why he keeps diving in and committing into more Keshiks like this. Good trade initially here. The Spearmen are outnumbered, but second wave will at least push him away. So only 1 worker kill. And those are the type of trades that Killjadi can't afford, right? It needs to be eco plus keeping the Spearman number down. He has got archers on the way, but you can already see the focus on blacksmiths here in a different way from both ways. That was a confusing way to say that. I just said way again. Basically, Killjadi has gone for a blacksmith to get siege engineering. He's neglected Undermesh when he's up against Chugenu. Other side of this, look at the goal for Louis. It's just all about the ranged attack and defense. So Killjadi, very bold play here, very risky, but if it hits, it could just end the game quickly. Louis can get charged into, doesn't want to turn around too quickly, and that means a worse trade for him as a result of that. The Spearman numbers shrinking up a bit here. Louis is going to have to rally away. That doesn't mean the gold is going to get idled out. Keshiks are going to hang around. This is beneficial, right? Like, 2 of them are incredibly low, and now they get to restock their HP. Courtesy of these buildings. Killjadi should now be reacting by going into some ranged upgrades with what he's seeing here, now that he's up against the Chuganu mass. Keshik are going to trade in again. Spearman count are be kept low, and it means the Keshik Raiders are going to get everything they need and more here. Great raid again. Killjadi just keeping Louis' count down. Eco is inflating, but military most definitely isn't. In fact, those villagers are now in trouble as well. Chuganu trading out with the remaining archers. Spearmen are down, only 2 Keshiks remaining. A great trade there by Louis. Looked like it was about to get dicey, but just guarantees the archers are removed from the equation. Killjadi still has more troops to work with, but the sort of sticking point here is, although he could have got more Keshiks out in this area, archers are difficult. He has to make that wide rotation that's usually an issue for English longbows as well. So, looks like it's going to be a hold. 15 eco lead now for Louis. Keep in mind that's going to be bigger soon when this fishing runs out in the pond. But the trade is at least bumping. We're up to 8, soon to be up to 11 for Killjadi. And now, Killjadi looks for another strike. A better strike. Something a bit more permanent. That reach around the backside was dangerous for multiple reasons. You just saw exactly why. You just never can reinforce as quickly as your opponent. This is a bit more even. It's mid-map, and it means that Louis has to run a long way with slow-moving units to reinforce this. Killjadi already getting rid of an outpost, getting paid for it as well. No fortifications is problematic here. Louis starting to look like he might concede the area, which I think is a mistake. You need to get the army here and need to be here quick. Rams just baiting the army forward. It's annoying because Chuganu actually got buffed against Rams with this nerfed overall HP. Means they're much more effective at shredding than they used to be. But still, 3 Rams will find their target. Outpost goes down. It's only the TC left. Chuganu stand their ground up against the Archer mass, but Keshik are looking to follow through. Spearman count only at 6. 1 Keshik does get pinched though. 5 remain. TC. Wait, what? Bro. Okay, if this is the difference between him getting this TC or not, he's going to be molding. Like, why is it not attacking right now? Oh, Killjadi, buddy. Come on. The amount of damage that extra ram could have done here. I can't believe it. I actually think that was the difference maker. Louis going to be able to shred down one of these rams. A pull away attempt comes in, charged by the Keshiks into the front line, but the Spearmen are still standing. Even if temporarily, the villagers will get the full repair out here. 1 ram goes down, and Louis is holding. Oh my god. That ram. Everyone on a coffee break. And the price he's now paying, second ram's going to be taken out. And his assault has failed. I mean, Killjadi, what a critical blunder there. Third Ram not joining in. Army cycling in kind of a weird fashion as they try to rush it down. I mean, he didn't even force this awkward timing where you have to repair before you're ready for Louis. Louis just able to perfectly thread it there, and now 12 eco ahead. Trade is at least busting upwards, but right now, that eco count for the Chinese is what scares me more. And also 1,200 words, so Louis, I mean, this could be multiple things, right? This could be a play into Rams with Chiganu to end the game, or this could just be a granary transition. Either way, options are available to him, and it is indeed going to be the double granary drop. Make that a triple. Wow. Okay, Louis, this is like the most delicate phase in the game for the Chinese. But because of what Killjadi just done, it's more or less free for him. Great read. And not just that, he also looks to move forward. He knows trade must be happening, right? It's the only way that Killjadi would be able to build this many Keshiks. He looks to shut it down. What do you do now? You get one more chance at this, but right now I'm a bit scared. Like, the Chiganu count higher than the Archers, the Keshik count nowhere near the Spearman count. Spearmen are at least going to raid into the eco, but with Textiles there, you just don't do anything here. Meanwhile, your trade is about to get shut down. Keshik for freebie. Louis quick to pull away, though. He's baiting him further out of position from the Archers, and the pinch comes in. Keshiks have to commit. Attack speed arrow does at least come out from Killjadi, but the Khan's already dead. Another Keshik falls. And the Chiganu, even if they just trade 1-for-1 here, that's all you need. They're doing better than that. These trades are not favoring Killjadi at all. 13 now to the 13 Archers. Chiganu will win that fight every day of the week. Behind this, remember, this is all about the transition, right? Granaries are now set up. Louis has everything he needs. He can either stay in this age and keep Chiganu spamming, or he can look to go for Castle. Either way, Killjadi's now hard stuck. This is over. Ay, Louis. I mean, either he's playing on a Smurf or he's gone for 2 weeks, but either way, he has not lost his touch. With one of his signature civs, he's able to just distrominate Killjadi here. Now with the remaining of these Chiganu, all you need to do is move to the corner and stand ground. And at that stage, that's when everything falls apart for the Mongols. And I don't know what we're talking about. These farms are beautiful. It's the terrain that makes them look ugly. Chiganu now arriving at trade. What's the counter to trade? It's not Spearman, despite the fact it's cavalry folks. It's range units. Looks like he'll at least be able to react before he loses too much of this. But what I see now is a macro game into Castle Age and then a Palace Guard Flood that's never going to run out of food. Ah, rough one. Oh, yeah, sorry. They're not called cavalry anymore. Even though they're riding on a pony. Seems totally reasonable. Seems totally logical. Well, at least it's like not a lie anymore. I wasn't lying about Chiganu being the counter, though. And funnily enough, he's raiding at both ends, right? Just caught him on the south side, baited the army, goes north side. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Killjadi GG's the moment that this tech up comes out. Here we go. Tech up complete. Killjadi now starting to feel like a mile behind. He's still got more Spearmen and more Chiganu trying to hit his trade, so he can't go and counter raid. Walls are going up. It looks like they might at least get blocked out. What? Wait, what happened there? Did he just delete the fishing boats when there's still shoreline fish? Okay. I mean, Louis should be saying thank you right now. He couldn't actually complete his wall because that fishing boat. Oh boy. Well, this is looking close to done. We've got a clock tower behind this. Double monastery drop. Killjadi's going to try to macro up, but the problem is now going to be up against mass Palace Guard, and he's got mass archers. The one way Killjadi can maybe claw this back is a Kurultai play. If he goes step read out, I'm going to rip my hair out and just close the game. I don't really feel there's any reason to ever go step read out here anyway when you've got trade. So Kurultai on the way is one hope. Meanwhile, More Chuganu and Palace Guard building up. Spinman to assist it as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing the Nesta Beast pump soon. But first of all, he needs to get the Monks out. Killjoy, that's not a fishing boat. We must protect the tuna. They're endangered. If only that worked. Trade count is at least up to 23, so plenty of gold to work with. And the good news is when you tech up like this, you need a lot of gold to unlock your veterancies, your extra blacksmith techs. But I feel like what you're about to face off against, you need a lot more food. That's the area that's going to make the difference here. I mean, even in gold, Louis is stomping him right now. Army marches out. Killjoy has to back away, of course. He's got to wait for those tech ups, so a minute away from that. Has got the step lancers on the way, veterancies as well. But that doesn't mean there's an opportunity to nibble at the trade here for Louis. Louis already has his veterancies. He's also now playing out for the relics on the flanks. Outpost on outpost action here, but... Wait, surely you just garrison the outpost. Is that not quicker? I mean, Spearman on placement will do it anyway. It doesn't matter. Also clash. Killjoy has to back away. Please tell me he's got... Okay, he's got enough bastions. I actually love the way he set this up, where if Lancer raids come in, they can't reach your eco as easily. Unfortunately, there's another type of eco you have that's much easier to reach. Also, raid coming in. That many spears, that many Palace Guard, these outposts are not going to last long, and it looks like Killjoy is going to be forced to fight sooner than he'd like here. Either that or you go without trade. Immediately pulls them away. Killjoy now not getting the extra gold he needs. Yam upgrade is at least coming in, so his whole army will be able to move quicker, but second wave is on the way. Kurultai, very bold to think you're going to be here in 2 minutes. I think you might be north further in 2 minutes from now. Traders resume earlier than they're able to. Wallalow's coming out from Louis. Played too many games against Beastie, so he knows what to do. Just let his opponent know what he's going for. 3 more relics on the way home. Looks like one of them at least got shut down. Oh, dude, this is looking bad, folks. That's now over a 30 eco lead, as well as relics in his favor. Trade is also not maximum length, so it's not that great. I think Killjoy has one fight in him. And it has to be a good one, so he needs it on the Kurultai. The problem is, once Palace Guards start coming out, it's very difficult to lock them down to a stationary engagement. Something that, right now, Killjoy is learning the hard way. Good fight opportunity here. Looks like he'll find some of the Chuganu and Spearman out of position. Behind this, like, I mean, the food is at least catching up for Killjoy. That's the positives. Feels like everything else is falling behind, though. We're reaching a stage where Louis might just go Imperial. He's about to be popped. He has 2,000 surplus food in reserve. Gold is almost there. This is most definitely Spirit Way tech up. Oh, behind this, man, the fights. It's just kind of ugly. Even the Kurultai, he can't get the whole army in one location, which just doesn't serve to help you in these engagements. Louis, macro complete. Tech up, ready to rock and roll. And there's no need to go for a defensive landmark here, right? You're not being actively attacked. Instead, your opponent has to keep defending against stuff like this. Hey, that's a nice trade you've got there. It'd be a shame if someone was to raid it. Getting the outpost and hide. It's the only thing that these Chuganu cannot kill right now. Lou's like a kid in a candy store. He's like, what do I want to eat? What do I want right now? Do I want this landmark or that landmark? What? Okay, that's kind of unnecessary, but I guess he's a little bit paranoid about the south side, so Great Wall Gatehouse first instead. I thought he was going to go Spirit Way because he was still adding in some Chuganu, and that buff does affect the Palace Guard, but I imagine instead we're just going to shift away from Chuganu entirely. We're probably going to be looking at a rush into Yuan Dynasty, and then you've got max movement speed Palace Guard. Well, not max, but it feels like they're max. Yeah, I don't know why he's using 29 villages right now. This is never getting fixed, is it? Oh dear, oh dear. So Great Wall Gatehouse will inefficiently be made by 29 villagers. Love this landmark. And all of a sudden, you can't raid his food. Then again, Killjoy was trying to go north side. Keep has been set up, so it looks like gold is going to be extracted in the center of the map. And I do think Louis needs to get an army together quickly here. Palace Guard are here to defend. It looks like they're getting a rushed upgrade as well, so elite stats coming in soon. This army is not going to do anything. I mean, he's got 14 crossbowmen, but it's probably going to be up against, what, like 25 Palace Guard by the time they fight. Elite Palace Guard at that. And he's also got the Battle Hardened coming in. Oof. Only upside right now is Killjadi at least still has trade, but oh my god. That is a 55 eco lead now for Louis. Some people might argue he's got too much economy, but I'd debate that. I think he knows what this is about to turn into. It's a meat grinder. Just need more Palace Guard. That's how you win. It's Palace Guard out of the way. Keshiks are not going to get a fair trade there, even with the healing. How does Killjadi win this? If he can reach Pop and get Imperial Age, there might be a way against Palace Guard here. It's just very difficult because the Palace Guard moves so quickly. The only reason it kind of feels like it's not over yet is that his opponent hasn't been able to get Yuan Dynasty. But even without Yuan, just having Elite Army Tactics can just be the game breaker. Especially considering now Louis has over 3,000 food a minute, which means that this pump of Palace Guard never stops. He's already splitting them up to look for clues. Level 2 ranged armor in as well, so you don't really do much. Maneuver, speed arrows, we won't talk about that. We'll talk about the fact that the eco is about to be in trouble. Doesn't even go after the villagers, just wants to have that trade. He's going to have it at both ends, folks. Okay, that's creative. If Louis stops the trade here, now you run the traders north and hold them there. If that's the case, guess who's home? Palace Guard now coming in. Elite Army Tactics just completed, and Imperial Palace is now on the way. This is the critical detail. White Stupa now being built, but by the time you're taking up and stuck waiting for your upgrades, you're going to get swarmed by these non-stop, as fast as Ona Bagisha Palace Guard. I'm actually racking my brain, like, what is the comp for Killjadi? If he had stone, I'd feel kind of okay about his position and that he could build cannons to kind of hold this, but it's so difficult at this stage in the game for Mongols in general, especially when you do trade. Like, how do you defend two ends of the map, even with Yam? Like, even with Yam, you don't move as quick as Yuan Dynasty Palace Guard. That's insane. It just makes you feel like you're not a Civ compared to the Chinese. 1.58 movement speed compared to 1.44. I mean, there's just no contesting it now. Flash comes in. A few Palace Guard left behind to deal with this. The rest will split off to look for eco. They just move so insanely quick. Oh, no. Fights near the Kurultai. They only ever happen when Louis has a clear and definitive win there. Otherwise, rather, he dodges it out entirely. Eco now being raided on the gold. It's all falling apart for Killjadi. No doubt in my mind, this game is just completely over. What a fun unit. I mean, at least Ona Bagisha have no armor, right? But these guys, good God. 6 melee, 7 range now, 252 health. There's just no stopping. He's got 5,000 food a minute. What? Okay, there is no ground here anymore. There was just paddy farms. Price paddies everywhere. Oh my God. 81 workers on food. Palace Guard. You know how people are like, why would, like, you know, Japan seems very strong. Oh, this kind of spam in the late game. The only reason I'd ever pick Japan over China is the early game. If you ever get here as China, this feels uncontestable for everyone. GG comes out. What a fun and reasonable Civ. They aren't. Oh my God. But don't worry, guys. The Great Wall Gatehouse takes a very long time to build, so they're balanced, right? 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 Hate that Civ. Sorry, Chinese pickers. I ain't a fan. Oh dear, oh dear. All right, what do we watch next? Late game Chinese is obnoxious. I feel like obnoxious is an understatement. Oh, I'm getting whispered. Let me show you how to build Great Gatehouse with more than 8 villages. I mean, you send them around to the other side, right? And then you can have 16. Or are you talking about the fact that you can build a wall? If you build a wall, they can stand on the wall, right? Oh, Neri. But I want to cast games. Ugh. Guys, you want to learn how to build... Do we care? Miss China. Do you guys want to learn? Neri's here to educate. Have we got, like, the view thingy on? You need to put cheats on, sir. So you need to put cheats on. You want cheats? You want full map reveal. You can also only build the 2 segments from a 3-segment piece. Oh, interesting. I think that's what he's going to show us. Yep, sure, go. I'm just going to watch him. I'm a watcher. Yeah, no, that sounded as creepy as intended. Oh, nice. Looks like my artist is going to send the invoice for the emotes soon. So, guys, now is the perfect time to sub so that I can afford emotes. Loads of subs. I want to sub train. Choo-choo. I'm going to give you guys, like, not tomorrow, but soon, I think 19 new emotes. Sub train, big pog. Go, go, go. Holy crap, Neri. Can you, like, stop down? Like, can you just stop and download more RAM, sir? You need it. I thought my PC was bad. All right, go. Be all you can be. It's with a space. He used cheats. Neri's a cheater. Oh my god. If I ever lose to him, we know why. Oh. Doesn't use rally points either. What a noob. I'm such a troll. All right, here we go. I mean, at least build a mill and get wheelbarrow, man. Come on. Okay, so... so you just don't complete the wall piece is what you're highlighting. Okay, that somehow looks 10 times stupider. wait. But after it's built, you still have this issue when you have to repair, right? That's unavoidable. Interesting. So basically, what Neri's saying is you just build one wall segment, but you don't complete it, right? You just tap it. Tap it to build, and then that's it. And then you cancel the other segments. And then you can build a Great Wall Gatehouse there. There you go, guys. So 24 villages. He actually could have went up to, I think, 28 to build that. Okay, so he did leave the blueprints. There you go, guys. Leave the blueprints, click the central one once, and then choose to build a Great Wall Gatehouse. And that is how you build a Great Wall Gatehouse with only one segment, and it allows you to build with up to, I think it's 30 villages. You're welcome. This is KP's tips and tricks. Without him, you couldn't do anything. Ignore that name on screen. That guy done nothing. It's okay. We'll... well played, Neri. There you go. Top tips from Neri. All me. I swear. All me. Great Wall Gatehouse. I mean, like, can you blame him? He's playing against Order of the Dented. He can't win that. Have you seen how big their guys are? They make me feel small. How much for coaching? Is Neri using my channel to advertise himself? What the fuck? Yep, that's all China needed, dude. Now they're OP. Now we need to nerf them. I think, you know what we do? We take away Palskar's legs. That's how we do it. That's how we balance them. It'll be like typing POW in Age of Empires 1. No sandals for Palskar. There you go, dude. Like, every time they move, they hurt themselves. We balanced it. We fixed Palskar. We are making this game great again. Without us, it would be trash. I'm glad we've got the full design team here. Well played, boys. Okay, so who do we cast now? I think Anno's online. Let me check live games. We've got quite a few people online now, so I'm curious if there's anyone searching live. Searching live? Searching and playing live that we can watch. Yeah, we don't need that noob. Sorry, Cully. You're a good coach. I always had you down as more of a boss. Uh-huh. Let's see. Have we got... Ooh. Guys, do we watch Don do unspeakable things to Diakusi? I want to do more than just Don, but at the same time, I want to see if he does the exact same thing that Crackety done to Diakusi. I really want him to do the exact same thing. You like the kid? Who's the kid? Who's that, Voldemort? Yeah, that guy, I mean, you know, like, I want to say is not getting your Barbican up before someone gets their Barbican, aka Kremlin, up in your base. Oh, is it not worth it? Do we want to watch this? I mean, yeah, it's done on English, though, so you know what that means, right? You know what that means, right? Right. I think we want to see. Let me update the title to live. Don versus Diakusi. This is about to be a spicy meatball. Oh, wait. We can do predictions as well, can't we? So winner the last game was Louis. Wait, you put money? Oh, no, you put money on Louis. Of course you did. How imaginative of you all. Who will win? I don't know why. Like, I feel like I'm just feeding you guys 3 points. I need to stop doing this. Well, it's not Diakusi on English, but it is Don on English, which meant we had to see what unspeakable things he's gonna do. Yep, that's what I wanted. One and all, welcome back to Age of Empires 4 Action. You know him, you love him. It's Don Artie on the English up against Diakusi, who's usually an English spammer. This is a weird experience. He's actually playing the Japanese. I think, like, before Japan came out, Diakusi more or less just played English and ABBA, right? But now, ever since the expansion, he's like, well, I'm Japanese. I love Japan. Let's see what they got. So he's been expanding. I think I've only ever seen one game of Japanese out of Diakusi. It didn't go well. So it's been a while. Let's see what he's got in mind. And actually, who am I kidding? There's no point seeing what he's got in mind because it's English Don Artie. So, like, whatever you think is the meta here, whatever you think is meant to happen is not how it's going to go down. Little bit surprised by this detail. In the tiniest pond I've seen in a while. What the hell? Am I just getting botted? Yikes. Do I need to change the follower only? I need to change the follower only. Actions. That was absurd. I'm going to restart the video so we get rid of that. Yikes. Alright, guys. Follow mode on. Wait, shield mode is on. Is shield mode... Thank you, Crackety. Appreciate you, buddy. Holy crap. Good God. Alright, I'm going to restart the video because of that. Fucking shitty little bot sites can suck on my balls. I don't need bots. I'm more interested in actually real people. Leave that to the delusional. Oh my God, no, put it back on, put it back on! We need to go to follow mode. Put follow mode on. Not 1 month follow mode. How do I modify that? I've never had to do this before. Have we got follow mode 10 minutes on? That should be fun. What are we on? Are we on 1 month follower mode? What's that? Okay, I'll sort it after this game. Appreciate it, though, Crackety. Jesus Christ. First time having to deal with that crap. Usually it's just one pleb coming in. Let's try this again. All right, it's time for Don Artista at it. We're 2 minutes in because Screw Bot is trying to ruin our channel. And we are already into the minute arm spam coming out from Don Artista. He's moved around the backside. He's blocking out the goal. We actually have got a pond play, but guess what? Don says no. That belongs to me. Uh-oh. So we are watching a Donalite English game against the person who knows English inside out. But Diakusi plays a very different style of English. These guys are like opposite ends of the spectrum. While Diakusi likes to play a very turtle-oriented English, Don likes to play very, that's a Galapagos turtle. I'll eat that English. He wants the whole map and he wants nothing less. So, perfect way to put it there. Thank you, Kazuyohan. Don will either die or resign in 20 minutes. He hates the late game. Diakusi loves it. But Diakusi's going to have to work hard to get there. Little raid is already coming in. Villagers are actually yoiking away the fish. Oh, dude. I actually love this. I mean, he gathers food much quicker, right? And the funny thing is, like, Diakusi has now made this investment into a dock, and it doesn't get him anything. He also didn't get enough gold. Look at his gold income. He's only got 60 right now. Oh, my God. Okay, that's pure pain. And it's... Wow, he went to water as well, because he thought he was confident that he'd be able to get up. This is so cruel. I love it. Donati, already too much food and not enough gold. He's going to be quicker on the tech up than Diakusi. And Diakusi, I mean, dude, this is awkward. This is an annoying matchup because you kind of feel like you actually want to go Shinobi because you see men at arms. But if you go Shinobi, you lose to longbows. So it has to be the Kura Storehouse. Probably a good thing as well because you're not getting much in the way of fish. Wait. Oh my God. Did Diakusi delete one of the fish when he dropped the dog? Oh, this is even worse for him. He's trying to contest the one fishing spot that makes sense left for Donati, right? Because this one's closer to the mill. But you just don't compare on the gathering rate. This is just absurdly fast for Don. Diakusi does at least find his way into gold in the end. Look at the, just look at the gold. Like, look at the food. So this has to be Fast Castle, right? Like, there's no other logical build than Fast Castle now. He's going to try to get out of the sticky situation ASAP. Meanwhile, Donati, this isn't exactly a quick tech up by comparison, right? And if you can't block the gold indefinitely, which he can't with this play now, you're in trouble. Kind of surprised, actually, that he left the men-at-arms here on the dock instead of heading over to the other gold. But I guess he just thought this was kind of everything he needed. Unfortunately for him, Diakusi will get an opportunity to try and recover his game towards Castle Age. So Don needs to move fast. And the sad reality is these council hall units are anything but fast. Lombos, like old men with walking stick. This looks so cursed. I mean, in fairness, I'm surprised we don't see more people doing shoreline fishing with villagers. Wait, no, wait. Ma'am. Oh, he's actually getting griefed by the fishing boats. I don't know if Diakusi done that on purpose. I think he did. Well played. Looks like Don is going to move away to the deer now. Happy with what he's done to Diakusi's economy. It's one of those deceptive things, right? Where Diakusi, he had a big surge of food, but now, between the out of time of building the Kura Storehouse and the fact that a lot of that was assisted by the fish, he's not going to have that big of an eco-inflation on food. He's going to have to rely on land, and that means he's going to have to fight tooth and nail for it, because although the gold may be secure for the time being, food is anything but against the English on Himeyama. First longbow's now arriving. Dock soon to go down. 300 food left, and he can't do anything about it. Wow. Okay, so that's just going to be dock lost. That's going to be fishing boats lost. That's going to be 300 more food that Don can play for a little bit later if he wants to. That's going to be Diakusi in desperate need of a fast reaction to this, and it looks like he's gone for the racks, which I'm a bit worried. I don't think you can rely on Onobugisha this early with limited food, and I don't think you can go into Samurai when there's a few men-at-arms to hold you at bay. This is going to be a hard hole for Diakusi. Okay, Horseman makes more sense. Like, I wonder why he rushed the racks. I think it makes a lot more sense to just get some Horsemen out to begin with and then come back to racks on a delay. But we'll see if it works out for him. Undermesh and Samurai upgrades are coming in. Meanwhile, Don moving across the field, yet to drop a Blacksmiths because, of course, the Japanese always have an edge there. Right, they start with their blacksmiths because they're forgers. Their mining camps are blacksmiths as well. Lombos will be able to reach in. So this is a mistake by Diakusi. He needed to get a second outpost up here. Lombos are going to shift around the side. Diakusi slow to move away from this because he wants as much gold as possible for the Samurai spam. Lombos now moving in. Yeah, this is just really annoying. I mean, there's nothing you can do against this now. You have to move back to the other gold. He has at least got better chances of holding this area now that he's got double stables coming out, but it doesn't mean he can lose 5 villages if he's not quick about this. So we'll shift inside the defenses. Just needs to get back to base because there's no way you're holding this area anymore. Is he actually going to try? It's almost like he's trying to bait his opponent to sacrifice Lombos, but it's so difficult to do easily here, right? Yeah, because here's the thing. If Don just sets up here in hold ground formation, then the outpost can't reach. So Diakusi finally realizes it. He will back away. Oh my god, that's a big army lead though for Don. And the scary part is if he just scales the Lombo count, I don't think Diakusi has enough food to match with Horseman mass here. He has the berries, and that's kind of it, right? Farms are going to make this easier. He has got a reasonable amount of sheep, but we've already got deer plus farms on the other side for Don. And if he starts adding in men-at-arms, that's when the Horseman strat just doesn't work. For now, though, Lombo's a bit overly ambitious. Yeah, Don kind of jumping the gun here. He wants to move a bit faster than he's able to. So Diakusi, a great punishment coming out there. As Don only keeps one of those Lombos alive from the initial group. Honestly, would have loved to have seen him set up racks on the forward. I'm a bit surprised he relied on it back at home, but I guess he's worried that if he set up racks here, Horsemen could have burnt down the buildings. What was the split on the predictions in the end, by the way? Wow, 16% of people believed in Diakusi. Poor guy. I mean, in fairness, quite accurate. Diakusi is renowned for being a very greedy player. Don, definitely one of the worst types of enemies for those kind of people, right? Doesn't even let you get close to that point in the game. Diakusi, man, do you have enough? Oh my god, he's actually going for the Yuumi now. Ooh. I think this is too divided in terms of your unit comp, right? Actually, so one of the reasons why I'm not a big fan of Yuumi here is if your opponent just masses men-at-arms with Lombos now, it claps your comp. Right? Like, Samurai don't get a Dachi until the next age, so that's not effective. And on the flip side, like, if Yuumi are attacking men-at-arms, even when they have numbers, they do no damage. It's like tickling. And consider that Don is playing as the English and he's adding in farm clusters. Once he gets to 3 farm clusters, it's very easy to keep generating these men-at-arms non-stop. Now, of course, we aren't at that phase yet, so there's an opportunity here, but Diakusi almost looks indecisive. All right, he's got all this food sitting here. He hasn't decided, am I going more Yuumi? Am I going more Horseman yet? Lombo's now reaching in, so 2 villagers sniped down. That's now a 4 eco lead for Don. House is also being sniped. That's going to have to be fixed for. If the plan was to go Yuumi here, I'm worried Diakusi's running out of wood too quick. Farmhouse down. That's going to pop block him, and Diakusi didn't realize quick enough here, so rushes a farmhouse out behind, but folks, he has 3 sitting right here. If Don just keeps smoking these, then Diakusi can't escalate the military count. Oh, no. Yeah, more. And don't stop. Because you actually need quite the ceiling here. Archery range now being sniped. Oh, no. Diakusi, what a sticky predicament to find yourself in. He's going to get wood access on the north side, but now the archery range is going down. It feels like this is a slow rotation to cut reinforcements. Eventually, Don has a weak point when he's at the back of the base, but that's the only time Diakusi will ever get a fight. If he tries to jump sooner, he's going to lose. Raxes are at least in range of the TC, so that's something that is going to be protected. Lombo's now moving into the farms, though. Good reactions out of Diakusi to keep the eco alive. Don being respectful about this, not going right round the back. That's the thing that usually kills English from this position. Instead, he backs away, waiting for the reinforcements. More spearmen are coming in. Nice brace timing there to push the spears back. Push the horsemen back, rather. And now the samurai will get access to the Lombos. Don not ready to transition into men-at-arms yet, so it looks like Diakusi will be able to push this away. Now it's the horseman, right? The horseman's the problem here. Spearman just not trading well up against the samurai. Don just has to keep retreating away from this, and Diakusi looking like he was able to break out finally. But will he be able to keep out here is the question mark. Horseman count is slowly scaling up. Looks like he's starting to hold on to quite a lot of food. Is he thinking you're just rushing castle behind this? It's dangerous. Longbow count is still very big. So if you rush the tech up here, the Longbos will dive and kill you off in castle age before you reach it, right? Like, you'll be half done with the floating gate. So DQC has to keep fighting. Unfortunately, he pulled the Horseman all the way back. Spearman Longbow will beat back the Samurai, and that's an expensive loss for DQC. Oh my god. I mean, Cav, like, this is too late now. DQC, that timing there, he needed to keep pushing non-stop together. The moment he split these two groups up like this, it gave Donate's mass the advantage. DQC, the only thing you look to do now is maybe extract some eco value, sniping on the back line, because I think if you try to actually contest this army directly, it's going to be a wipe. Unfortunately, Don now knows where your eco is, right? In fact, if he chips in, he's going to find the wood line plus the gold. He knows you're already pretty much exhausted the backside, so you don't want to be there first. So he makes his move forward. Don does see the villagers working. He's going to dive deeper. That's going to be a lot of idle time for DQC. Spearmen make their way over to the gold, and the tower's not up yet. DQC has to vacate the area. No textile still. Longbos standing up against the Samurai, sniping out the villagers. A good trade here for Don. He's about to be 10 eco ahead. Spearmen just keep on chasing the villagers, and DQC has to go for a trade. Fortunately for him, you have to dive an English TC to do so, and it still won't amount to the losses you're about to encounter here. A few horsemen do arrive to start dealing with those Longbos. Yuumi archers are chasing. Spearmen went for the wide arc, and that means they're going to cut them off. Villagers nowhere to run. Horsemen underneath the TC. Just a few Spearmen is also needed to defend here. Don always more than willing to commit to trades like this. Eco count about to be cut down another 5. DQC about to be trailing by 15. Oh man, the Spearmen just hold back the Samurai long enough here. Yuumi trying to deal with the spears as best they can, but the numbers just kind of speak for themselves here. Yes, Donati threw away a lot of military, but more than worthwhile for what he gained. Horseman count is now down to a mere 5 in total. It's about to be even lower. Shortbows get whipped out. The perfect answer. Wait, Don, what are we doing here? Don't you dare. Do not dare. Yeah, get back to work. We're not going for the villager all in. It's not time yet, buddy. But it might be soon. DQC. Now 12 eco behind. He's got the farms to at least kind of inflate him a bit, but on the other side of this is now a free farm cluster for Don. This is the point where if he wants, he can switch over into men-at-arms and still start floating resources for castle. English on this map is quite busted. I agree. I said about this before. I think like Himeyama is a really good map for them because the wood lines aren't fat enough that you split the fight enough. So Longbos usually get to rotate. I think if you actually want an answer to English here, it's probably going to be HRE, and you just counter-rotate, right? You attack when you get attacked, and use marching drills to stay away from them. But outside that, it's definitely tough for quite a lot of civs. Japanese, definitely no exception to that rule. I think one mistake for DQC here was like he didn't set up the double outpost on the Ford Gold. That would have made him quite safe here to try and for a tech up. Would have been a bit risky, but probably would have got away with it. But that one outpost decision, that greedy choice, is really what has led to this awkward situation now. Don, still 12 eco ahead, still has military lead. And now Rax is being added in. This should be the unlimited men-at-arms pump to end the game. Yeah, and these Yuumi just don't work the same. So here's the thing. I actually do believe that if DQC had gone for Yuumi earlier and used them to raid in reflection to Donati's raids, that could have been a really good move. Sure, the villagers can fight back, but the Yuumi, the point is they're so cost efficient, you bulk up a decent number of them to chase villagers. You just have to be selective, right? You don't want to find the bulk of 20 villagers on a wood line. You want to find the gold workers. You want to find the farms. That would have worked, but at this stage, what he's doing is far, far too late. Well, he's trying to make that raid happen. That means DQC only has Samurai to defend against a lot of longbows and spears. Men-at-arms also now to follow for Don. Looks like the eco has shifted to the north side. DQC, well, that's the DQC I know. I was wondering when we were going to see an extra TC added in. It finally has come about, but Fortunately, Don Artie at this stage, with an army this big, might just rotate around the back of the base and spot it naturally. Archers are going to have to shift all the way home, though. Farmhouses being torched down, so Diakusi has got enough population to go around here. It's kind of annoying, but at the same time, you just rebuild them behind. He learned from this the first time. I think Don, if he wants to do this, it needs to be Rams and go. Like, don't play with your food here. DQC's down, but he's not dead, right? That second TC is kind of an awkward point now for Don in this game. So unless he wants to go Castle Age instead, he needs to be going in. And with 13 men-at-arms prepped, I think we are at go-in point here. I mean, this is the power of this long feudal age against English, right? Once they get up to at least 3 farm clusters, they have enough food to start affording this type of unit comp. If they go 4 farm clusters, that's not only just going to be men-at-arms, that's also going to be the possibility to scale towards castle while still fielding an army. Having it again. A little bit early before the men-at-arms arrive, but maybe he's hoping to bait Diakusi. Like, he's showing all these spears. Maybe he's thinking Diakusi's going to build even more Yuumi because he sees it. The scary part is just, like, right now, because all those farms, Japanese can't compare. Even with the premium that is the Samurai, right? With the extra melee tech upgrade, with the deflective armor. It's such a hard matchup here. Have we even got siege engineering? We have. He's got enough wood to go for it. Instead, he's just going to die through, isn't he? The classic Don. Rams require you to stand still and not kill something. That doesn't sound like the Don we know. Lombos now moving in. Flashing the choke point. Yuumi are going to try to add into this, but remember, they hit these men-at-arms for basically nothing. The ranged upgrades guaranteeing it. Bannerman trying to help a little bit, but it just doesn't feel like it's quite enough. Don, this should be the GG moment for Diakusi. I think he's going to realize how outmassed he is here and outgunned. Lombos are going to be attacked by the Samurai, but that means the men-at-arms are just not being dealt with, and that is the thing that is truly going to kill you here. Tough game for Diakusi. In the game of attack and defend, Don loves to be the attacker. And Diakusi, despite his best efforts to try and go for some trades on the other side of the map, it never amounted to anything here. Men-at-arms still chasing after the Yuumi, but now with the last of the Samurai falling, this is where everything flops dead for Diakusi. He's got no food income, no ability to remass into Horseman quick enough. Even if he did, the Horseman will annihilate you here. Surprised he hasn't given up, though. Diakusi's like, hold on a sec. If I make this game go another 20 minutes, if I just survive, Don will call GG. The problem is I don't think you survive for 20 minutes, actually. It's 20 men-at-arms, it's 30 Lombos, and it's no food income. Diakusi has been officially drained dry. He's moved to the north side to get some more berries, but this gap in production is just something you can't be with right now. Like, you can't be without constant unit churn. Last of the Yuumi are going to get cleared up. Men-at-arms wave after men-at-arms wave is coming. And we are reaching a point where Don is naturally going to reach up to Castle Age at this pace before he runs out of steam. Because infinite food is a thing. It's a very fun thing for an English player in this stage. 21 men-at-arms at any given time, always double digits. Lombos are now moving north side to find the eco, and oh god, yeah, that. I think Diakusi, at this point with 0 military buddy, just call it. GG comes out. Don Artie as relentless as always. Attacker versus defender. It's always nice to see that defender get spanked. Ooh-wee. Yes, very Strunka plays. So, trying to think how long we want to go stream-wise today. Would people be interested in a recap of some of the Stormgate series, by the way? I'm curious. Maybe not now, but a little bit later. Because I'm thinking of doing that. I would need to hunt down some good series. I don't know if... let me check now. Oh, hello. We've got apparently an epic game between Voldemort and Killjadi. What you got for me, honey? Did he say Abbasid versus Byzantines? I think he did. Thank you very much, Voldemort. I mean, when the Dane tells you he's got an amazing game, you listen, right? You have to. Oh, sorry. Before we begin, we wanted to try and sort this this thingy mode, didn't we? Because we're on shield mode right now. So what we wanted to do, we wanted to switch over to follower-only chat, right? Sorry for those new people. I wish I didn't have to do it, but we literally have to because we're getting botted. Bot spammed. Dude, it's so cringe as well. Surely that crap never works, right? I mean, you assume so, but maybe I'm wrong. So, let me have a look. There should be a follower-only chat. Do we have that on? It was set to 1 month. Let me set it to 10 minutes. And then we can turn shield mode off. Fantastic. Appreciate your help with that earlier, though, Crackety. Should be fine to take it off now. Okay, we're going to try and take it off. And if it's wrong, we ban Neri. Oh, it's actually auto-turned off. There you go. Neri's right. Neri survives. All right. Whew. Those raids only last for like 5-10 minutes. It's actually the first time I think I've had it. So I get those BS ones where they're like, do you want free views? Check out this website. But they're like on their own. I don't think I've ever had, or at least not in recent memory, a long time ago I might have had it, that kind of crap. 1 sec, guys. I need to pay the invoice for these emotes to get done, and then we'll cast this game. That was a heads I win, tails you lose. Wait, do we give Neri VIP because he won? Is that the balance here? I feel like I should have offered up VIP because he was right. All right, 1 sec. I need to log in to my PayPal to pay my amazing artists for the new emotes they're making. Do you invest your points to timeout? Dude, okay, that's so mean. So like, wait, because if I do this, so we VIP Neri, and I'm pretty sure that don't do it to him, dude. At least give him a day. Because what I was gonna say is I'm pretty sure when you time someone out, they lose VIP, right? So that would be cruel. Have I got caps on? What the hell? For God's sake. Apparently I need to reset my password. What? Nani? Alright, bear with me a sec, guys. Oh my god, I have to freaking open my PayPal app? Imagine if I actually had all the details up on screen right now. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I know about mods losing it because someone timed out one of the mods before. Wait, what do you mean scan your finger? No, I don't want to scan my fingerprint. Get out of here. Get out of here. For God's sake. Maybe I sort this after stream. Alright, I'm going to sort this after stream. Because honestly, I don't even know why PayPal is asking for biometrics. As I don't remember giving it biometrics login. But sure. I'll sort that after stream. I'll get my artist paid. Yeah, that works. I don't know, man. I don't know how many points people got. Maybe I need to increase the amount on those. I inflated them a bit, but I feel like with all the bets I've been doing, you guys are getting way too good of a deal. Way too good of a deal. Oh, actually, before we do this one, I just remembered. We were stuttering a little bit in the earlier game. I think we have a memory leak, so I'm quickly going to restart the game to be safe so that we don't get midway through that one and then like my cursor lags or some crap like it was doing earlier. So bear with me un second while we quickly restart the game. All right, get this bad boy booted up again. What I think I'll do is instead of casting some Stormgate today, I'll probably cast Stormgate tomorrow. That way, I can prep some replays because I just messaged Pesty and he's being an absolute lad. He said that he can check the list of games they cast. So tomorrow, what I'll do is I'll download a bunch of replays before we go live. We'll start with Age of Empires 4, and then later on in the stream, we'll transition into doing some Stormgate casts. And hopefully a bunch of you hang around for that, because I think, like, you know, after watching some competitive Stormgate, it's so fun. It's so fun, man. Oh, wait a second. I need to hide this so that I can load up the game. So let's go to Mr. Voldermar's account. We'll get his game ready to go. Wait, am I on the kid? There's too many kids, guys. Too many kids. Send them to the sweatshop. That's my advice. Oh. Alright, so Abbasid versus Byzantines. There we go. Oh, sorry, I wasn't meant to put them back on yet. Totally forgot. Take them off again. What diopter values do you have? I am like a minus 2.5, I think it is. Although I'm thinking I might actually be minus 2.25. I'm not sure. These ones were slightly different on the prescription measurement when I used the app recently, but they seem to be fine. So I have to double check that. If you guys want some glasses like these, by the way, !Gunner will get you a discount. I believe it's 15% if I remember correctly. The top tier discount you can actually get with Gunners, courtesy of me. Just put Pigeon in when you do checkout. And these are the Gunner... I'm trying to remember the name now. Intercepts. In the Merlot Onyx, they actually have a slight red. I don't know if you guys can see that. It's slight. It's not like overly aggressive. I quite like it. You struggle to read is noticeable in cam? Well, that's because I don't have like fat giant words. I've got like a reasonably sized text chat. I mean, I'm short-sighted, dude. Yeah, like, I'm not going to read very well at a distance. It's the type of thing that is impactful when you're trying to do things if you're not wearing glasses. So, like, I always wear my glasses. Should we get to game, though? Let's get to game. Game? Did someone say game? Someone said epic game, according to this man right here. Welcome back to Age of Empires 4, folks. We got a recommendation from one of the players in this game, but don't make that seem like it's obvious what the outcome's going to be. I have plenty of recommendations of epic games from the losers in these series. We have got in the yellow, it is none other than the kid, aka Voldemar himself, on one of his signature civs, the Abbasids, going up against Killjadi, one of the relentless warmongers of Age of Empires 4, playing in the teal as the Byzantines. Let's get to it. All right, fun one here. Abbasids versus Byzantines. What are the chances this just turns into a TC boom? Nah, not these days, right? TC booming is lame. No one wants to do that. You need more blood. Blood for the blood god right now. All these players recently have got a taste of Stormgate, and they're like, you know what? I still prefer Age of Empires, but what I love to do is stab someone in the face. Okay, that's probably going to get me demonetized. So we get into the warmongering. House of Wisdom on the way. We're going to hit the 2 times modifier just to get through the first 2 or 3 minutes gameplay here. System's already been set up. This is pretty standard right now. Something that I have noticed is a lot less players going for the stone drop at the beginning to get the second level of system ASAP. And that's because actually, in a lot of cases, it doesn't feel needed anymore. Used to be you only got 5% from level 1 system. Now you get 10% from level 1. It's a lot more kind of easy to just float on that initial holdings, right? And then on a delay, come in for the second system, which is actually, as soon as I said that, Killjadi actually did prioritize it. If you're wondering why I'm blind as a bat right now, someone in Twitch chat decided I should have my glasses off for 5 minutes. I quite like this. I think it sets you up quite nicely because on the backside, your gold's over here, plus your wood, and then your berries are a bit far away. So if you get a spawn where you've got berries, gold, and wood together, I think it makes maybe more sense to just have the level 1 and go for a faster tech up. But this is split enough that it's quite nice to get that second level assistant. What might not be nice is what's happening on the other side of this. Military Wing is on the way. Love the read by Killjadi, though. I think this is the correct approach. Imperial Hippodrome is the way you answer this. It sounds weird because you're about to be up against 2 spears and 2 archers, but if you go Grand Winery, you get idled out. It's the same reason why Military Wing is really good when someone's trying to TC boom against you, because you have 4 units to block out their TC timing. Similar effect in that if you drop the Grand Winery here, you'll complete your tech up, but you won't get anything out of the Grand Winery. You won't be able to access the berries. So this lets you actually dictate the mid flow a bit better, and with those Triumph charges, you get a few horsemen together, you can even contest spears. Tech up complete. I'm expecting Voldemort to move on the stone. In fact, it looks like he's already underway with that. This is pretty standard play right now. Most Military Wing openings are followed by a second TC. The whole added effect is not only do you take something away from your opponent with the Military Wing, you also are able to protect your own. And you can already see good value here right close to the base with the deer stack just up the hill. So tech up complete for Killjadi. No, out on the berries. Oh my, did he not expect this? Horseman's coming out as quickly as possible, but he jumped on these berries as if it was free real estate. Mistakes made there. So we'll be able to get away from this, but with no wheelbarrow, there's no quick garrison. This is the negative of trying this play against Civs that open aggro. It's the same for actually Abbasis, funnily enough, because they put all their villagers onto berries. If there's something that can dive towards your TC, it means you have no one to garrison. So sick read there by Voldemar to understand his opponent couldn't block that play by immediately jumping in a TC and killing off the spears. If that happened, Voldemar would lose complete control of the map. But now, because he still has 2 spears remaining, these horsemen don't just get to wipe everything out. Still, they're going to try. Voldy, is he going to have to go, yeah, for a fairly safe TC, retract around the backside. Great read there on the map, actually. So Killjadi, it's unfortunate because I think he was scouting on the deer stack, not expecting to play on the berries instead. Beer, love some beer right now. Apparently already has some. These berries are going to be quite nice. It means that now Killjadi can't wrap west side. In the meantime, Voldemar gets access to additional food. On the side of this, one thing that does have me concerned for Killjadi in this game, this is an example of too good of a spot. He has double berry and deer in one area, and it means that if Voldemar wants to contest somewhere on the map, it's by far the most simple and logical spot. Another thing that has me a little bit concerned, you don't really see Abbasis played very much at the moment. And in this matchup against Hippodrome, do you want to know what a really spicy play is? You go into a camel. I wouldn't be surprised if Voldemar plays a camel here to counter this. It actually offsets a lot of the power of Triumph. And because it's going to be a ranged unit, it means the horsemen have to run past your front line to access. So if you just go, say, archer range plus racks, you get 1 camel out and you just spam spears and archers, you actually have a very strong comp up against the Byzantines. I hope to address this and be ready for it. We're going to be seeing maybe some Lombos coming out from Byzantines. I think it makes a lot of sense here. I don't want to see Keshiks. I think Keshiks is like that double down that usually trips a lot of players up when they go for the Hippodrome play, especially against a Civ like the Abbasis that do have the spears. Oh, interesting. It's not going to be archers at all. So he's just looking to counter everything he sees here. Okay, please tell me the timing lines up here. If he's hiding this, which he is right now, look at the way that Voldemar's built his base, right? Like, Killjadi only has one very specific angle that lets him see this transition. If he doesn't scout this before making a contract choice, it could just be a GG. Like right now, with your opponent now going into Horseman plus the racks, if you choose, for example, Silk Road, you're dead. Right? Because if you're playing as if you're up against archers, and there's no archers at all, you don't have the value of extra Keshik power, you don't have the value of longbows to snipe spears. And you know what? This is all informed for Voldemar. Check where the scout is. He knows that he can't be seen doing this right now. In fact, he's going to make it a 1-1-1 build, so covers all the angles, covers all the bases. Other side of this, Killjadi now adding in the Merc House. Given the information he sees, what's available to him, I wouldn't be surprised if he just jumps on Western Contract. I think given the matchup, Civ-wise, it makes no sense whatsoever to go into Keshiks. You're just playing to lose. So it really comes down to whether you think it's going to be a play into range units or a play into spear units for your opponent. And considering you've opened Hippodrome, your opponent should be reacting with spears. So Western Contract will be the choice. Killjardy in the meantime, poking him with those horsemen. Fine one. I don't think he got Expilatores, right? Yeah, no, his horsemen were not killing quick enough here. Still has the Triumph to work with. I love that. Immediate burn down. 100 wood burnt for Kid. Voldemort misread the timing on that. Jumped it before the Spearmen were in position. However, it's still 2 TC versus 1, right? So although losing 100 was annoying, it's not terrible, especially considering Killjardy looks like he's hoarding for a TC of his own. Either that, or he needs to fix his Maka ASAP, because he's sitting on 600 wood. And not enough stone. You'd think he actually believes he's playing Mongols when you see something like this. Spearman, have to defend. Horseman Swarm comes in heavy here. Oh my, but we've got the camel. We've got the camel in. The camel on ease, offsetting 3 of the damage you get from Triumph here. Means the Spearmen are able to hold, and Killjardy has completely misread his situation. What a sick read by Voldemort. We talked about the camel detail, and he got it at the perfect time here after Triumph gets activated, and now Killjardy wasting all those supply tickets in a sticky predicament here. Now he's just got regular horsemen. Now he's made a choice into Western Contract. Lombos will at least be able to snipe out the camels, but by the time they're ready to go, Voldemort is going to have his own battalion of cavalry as well. Oh man, it's worse than that still for Killjardy. Voldemort now has some map control, so what does he do? He walls up this area. He prevents any raids. I'd love to see him set up a second line of walls around these deer just to take the extra food. Oh, wait, did we just see... Oh my god, Killjardy, did he misread this? He went for siege engineering. This would have made sense before the fight, but now it's really risky. He's legit going for a ram all in. Okay, so... we should probably dissect why this feels bad. Right now, Killjardy's holding on to 1,000 wood. And he only has 5 longbows to build rams. That takes a very long time. And yeah, Killjardy also misread the gold. Oh my god, no. Why do people keep forgetting about the gold cost? Oh no. We saw Don do it, now we're seeing Killjardy do it. And it's always these Imperial Hippodrome boys as well. He doesn't have the gold for this. Okay, I guess that's one way of getting gold. If we can get some eco kills, sure. But like, where are you getting those, sir? When are you getting those? Oh, man. It's so painful to witness as well, because if Killjardy had a few more units with that wood, say archers, he could build still 3 rams if he had the surplus gold, and all of a sudden he actually would hit the timing. Because right now, Voldemort isn't unbreachable, right? His army isn't that big, especially with Lombos now in play, but because of this delay on getting the gold and the delay and now getting the rams, presumably, his timing is completely ruined. Horsemen, meanwhile, are going to raid in. No Akratoy activated, mind you. Apparently, it just doesn't matter, the villagers. Just Giga chatted enough. Looks like he will still get 1 for his trouble, so Voldemort gets away with 1 horseman. Horseman traded for a villager, not the best of exchanges, but he has at least idled out the food as well. And behind this, we have to remember there's now a 21 eco lead for Voldemort. Why? I can't. Okay, positives, he's spending the wood. Negatives, he could have spent the wood several minutes ago. This is... oof. I mean, even after he builds, what is that, 9 olive groves? I think 10 actually. 2 outposts and Raxas, he still has 500 wood left over. Oh, man. Another awkward detail here, he's about to build Limitane against the Abbasids. I think this is one of the few matchups where Limitane actually don't look OP, because Abbasids have Spear Wall. So they're able to attack with twice the people while you're phalanxing up against very limited range units. It means actually if the Abbasids just want to spam spears and horsemen, they win. Like, the archers aren't really that critical here for Voldemort to now win a fight. Horsemen now rapping again. Walls are going up, though. That's a dicey wall. I think that should be quick enough, though. Pushes him deeper, and the outpost has seen this, so no sneaking rotation coming in from Killjardy, as much as he would like it. I'm trying to have extra attack range. Is as much as a spear wall, though? Actually, that's a good point to raise. I don't know if I've checked that. I thought Spearman had more. All right, he has to get it first. I think the Spearman range is higher, right? Because they go up to it's going to be 0.58 versus 0.44, which I think, if I'm correct, that means that Spearman from the second line can stab directly from behind, whereas the Limitane have to be in like a staggered formation, if that makes sense, right? It's just like a pyramid formation. So technically, like, the Abbasis still have an edge there. Good highlight there, actually, coming out from Silvestrus in the chat. It's not as big of an edge as it is against other civs, but it still means more Abbasid Spearmen should be able to attack than Limitane. Well, he remembered the gold, guys. Oh. Okay, so my question, like, if I was to ask Killjadi honestly, would he say that this was planned? Because in fairness, this is a guy who, after he won once against Beastie, he typed in his own chat, I always beat Beastie, and I checked his record being like 80% losses against Beastie. So I don't know if I could trust him if he came in the chat right now, if I asked him if this was all part of the strategy. God, this is giving me flashbacks of the industry-only Ayabiz player. 4 Rams, 4 Karasiphons on the way, but look at the army he faces here. Horsemen, Spearmen. And these Karasiphons are terribly squishy. 280 health. They got hurt more than any other Civ when it came to the Ram nerfs, remember? Because every other Civ, for this melee vulnerability and the less health they have, they at least got a 50 wood discount, which was 20% less on a Ram. Meanwhile, for the Byzantines, they still have to pay the 100 gold. So overall, they got a much lower discount than any other Civ in the game. Horseman raid out onto the flanks is at least going to huddle up the berries a little bit. The main army is still ready to defend at home. In fact, Voldemar, look at the wide spread he has. Karasiphons are on the way, but they have been scouted incredibly early here by Voldemar. Voldemar, who, by the way, has boot camp, so these armies are deceptive. His is much more tanky. Even his spearmen have more health than Limitane. Horseman now cutting reinforcements. Funnily enough, even cutting into Limitane. Karasiphons, he's actually going for the win. Oh my dear God. Flash is going to come out. Brace from Limitane as the charge comes in. The Horsemen to peel back. Looks like they have activated the Triumph already, but they're not accessing the archers. Instead, they're stabbing into the Spearmen. Voldemar, the numbers speak for themselves, though. Too many spears here. Not enough cav. Killjadi's Hippodrome Horsemen are looking as dead as a doorknob. Is that the saying? Whatever it is, he's dead either way. He's as dead as the deer carcasses on this map. Now the Horsemen will ride over. Karasiphons are going to be taken out. Okay, so do you want to know why this didn't work? The siege damage good, but like I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, does fire armor actually calculate against House of Wisdom, or did they fix that? I don't know if they fixed that. So, like, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe someone in chat has done the thorough test, but I think fire armor, it used to work still against the Karasiphons. I hope it still doesn't here. If it does, that's the reason why Killjadi couldn't kill that one landmark. Even if he could, though, it wouldn't have mattered in this game. That play was far, far too late, and now Killjadi is dead. 52 to 14 military, trailing by 40 eco in total in this game. He hasn't got a chance. Imagine saving enough wood for 6 rams and then not having enough wood, not having enough gold rather for any rams. That has to hurt, man. I don't want to kick a dead horse while he's down here. The Killjadi is exactly that. Voldemar now going to dive the eco. Killjadi is done. There's no comeback. It turns out this is one of those games where a player provides a replay just to flex. Oh, I mean, for good reason, right? Killjadi, some questionable elements here. I wonder if he put that wood to good use, could he have actually killed Voldemar? Going 2TC did feel greedy in this matchup, especially against Hippodrome. But right now, Voldemar is looking like a hungry hippo ready to choke down. I mean, Akratoy will defend you for a moment, but it's not going to stop the inevitable here. Eco lead now 3 times for Voldemar, and the GG comes out. Killjadi, turns out that the Karasiphon build may need some optimization. I'm not sure it's a good idea to float over 1,000 wood for 3 minutes. I love the honesty out of chat where someone's just like, I'm quite confident I could throw this. Like a hold my beer moment. Oh man, what a tough one though. How do we cast now? I'm trying to think. We've got probably enough time to cast one more before I have to go and eat, and then we can cast more afterwards. Let's have a look at who is searching or actively in the game right now. So maybe, do we have... The core's not in the game right now. Puppy Paw is searching, so Puppy Paw could be a decent option. In fact, let me have a look on this screen. Yeah, Stormgate, like I said, we'll do tomorrow. I definitely want to do some Stormgate tomorrow. So I reckon we'll do like 4 or 5 hours of Age of Empires, and then we'll maybe do the same for Stormgate. And then I might do the same on Thursday, which is nice. It's good prep, actually, for me to catch up on the games I wasn't able to see, because, for those that don't know, I am going to be hosting the entire Grand Finals weekend of Stormgate. So I'll be doing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Oh, wait, I'm on everything, including 2v2s. So let's see. For Eric was back for a sec. Big Sag. Missed that guy. Yo, it's Sheeny again. Who's he up against? Is that the Sheeny I think it is? Steamfest is 5th to 12th. I think they already said, they already announced there's going to be public access until March early on. But like creating content as well is like feasible beyond, right? So like people obviously still have access to prep for the tournament. That's a different Sheeny. But like my goal is like, even if they had closed it off, I was going to cast games which were from Steam Next Fest, which should have been fine. I even checked with the devs. It's nice. I messaged a dev and I got a response. Well, not dev. I missed the community. I think they're a community side person, whatever. I got a response in like 10 hours. Actually, no, it was under 10 hours. That's crazy. I'm throwing all kinds of shade today, man. Co-op and mods. I haven't tried the modifiers yet. I need to. Yeah, glad to see the return of Eric somewhere. Puppy Paw, who have you got up against you? That's Vortex, right? That has to be Vortex. That is Vortex. It's a Spanish account. All right, guys. I think we catch this one. Remember the map contest? Yeah, what about it? What about it? Oh, sent someone to advertise on the official Discord? Yikes. All I'm going to say, like without adding more details in, is maybe I was looking to organize tournaments and I've still been waiting for 3 months for a reply on it. It's kind of a bit sad. I've just given up now. Said it before, like I don't hold it against the person. I think the person just legit, for some reason, has been given way too much work for one person. But it does kind of suck. So yeah, I don't know. Would have been nice. Legit, I think, like, you know, I've said before, it would be nice to have some midweek tournaments. I think was one thing I was aiming for. That would have been incredible. But I don't know. My goal now, like I said before, is just keep getting more people tuning in, build a community here, then go to some brands and pitch tournaments, pitch long-term sponsors, so that then we have the money to justify it. Right now, it's a like money-losing endeavor, but I'm willing to lose some money to build the stream up. Relux understaffed since layoffs? Probably. When are we getting G Fuel sponsor? I don't know. I need a G Fuel contact. Maybe when I have a new one. Could get NordVPN? Maybe. What makes you think I could get NordVPN? It depends. If they only want an affiliate structure, I'm not interested in that. Because I think like affiliate deals are quite often a scam, to be honest. Affiliate deals are kind of awkward. It's because like there is a point where I think you kind of have to do it to prove that you've got a portfolio, and I agree that it's important there. But outside of that, like one of the big problems of affiliate schemes is like it's basically like all upside, no risk taking, if that makes sense for brands. So like what I'm talking about, guys, is like, for example, there's what 200 of you watching right now. That's so 200 for how many hours? Some of you might be like influenced by the presence of the brand, and you might not buy straight away, but you might down the line, right? And whenever it's affiliate deals, what that is that's a slice of the slice of the slice, right? There is plenty of examples of where just the whole idea of getting brand exposure is worth a lot of money. So Catliente is an amazing creator, and she's been really eye-opening on this. It's like Catliente, I think her viewership is around like my numbers, and the sponsorship she's actually like gradually built up is incredible. I think she has a TikTok presence as well, and that's where a lot of her sponsor money comes through. But like, yeah, her 30-day average is like, I think she's at around 200 CCV. But I know on sponsor deals in like, I think like September, for example, she made like 12K off of sponsors, for example. So my deal is like my goal is to start making contacts like that so that we can basically make a living off this, so that I can keep streaming more hours for you guys. Because I don't know if you guys knew this. I don't know. Like I don't know if people like being talked to like this. I'm trying to be transparent. Right? You guys are actually considered a premium audience. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that the Age of Empires 4 community is considered a premium audience by marketing demographics? Because you are primarily made up... Oh, sorry, I just realized I turned off the in-game overlay on here. Because you're primarily made up of what is considered tier 1 countries. And if you look at the average viewer base, most viewers fall in the 25 to 40-year-old demographic. So that is, once again, considered an audience that has more spend power than others. Some brands do like to aim for the Zoomer, and then the there's even like I think it's like the Z generation, or A generation, or whatever, because they can like embed themselves in the thought process as they grow, and then they'll grow with them as time comes on, years down the line they'll buy. But for most brands, most like, you know, looking for a gaming audience, Age of Empires actually, like RTSs in general, kind of hit like a very strong demographic. Yes, that's because you like to spend money. Yeah, I mean, like, we could break it down more sometime. I honestly, I don't know why some like creators are scared of saying this. I don't think it devalues you guys. Like, I see you guys as more than just... Hope it goes without saying, I consider you all humans. You're not just like a number. But you get what I mean, where it's like, a lot of people are scared to talk about this, I think, because it's like... I mean, some people just think some content creators should make what they make. That's just not true. But it's also like... Will dollars to you? Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like, it's the reality is like my outlook is like, this is good because it means that if I'm able to attract brands, the fact you guys are technically a premium audience, then that means that I can then start stockpiling money to put into tournaments, to put into actually making a living off of Age of Empires 4 and streaming it. That's right. You're not real. You're just bots. There's bots earlier. The reason why I got botted is because I clearly hadn't paid my invoice to the bot account. Cisco is clearly a bot. I know, because the real Cisco is cool. So, checkmate. Sort of. All right. Let's get to it. Okay, when I saw this happening on the ladder, I had to slap on into it quickly. We are live from the ladder right now for a showdown between Vortix and Poppy Paw. Japanese versus the Rus. Oh, dude, this is going to be a fun one. A while since I've actually seen Poppy Paw and Vortex clash on the ladder. Excited to get a chance to get some eyeballs on this. They are going to be on Cliffside, a map that I actually think can be quite good for the Japanese. Their timings are quite nice, especially when they get a back spawn like this. Double spawn of gold and the stone. And oh my dear God. The world is your oyster right now, sir. Poppy Paw, he gets the forge for both stone and gold. Doesn't get much better than this. We are on 2 times speed just to catch up to live so that we are as close as possible to the action here. Scout-wise, we are going to get the double scout opener, or sorry, triple scout opener from the Roost, but no double scout opener from Poppy Paw. So it looks like he's content to work with what he's got. Not surprised either. Are you kidding me with this spawn? Is Poppy Paw Marine Lord's secret child? I actually don't think I've ever seen a more saturated area of a map on Cliffside in my life. Double berry, deer, double golden stone. Now, there is a wraparound here, so unless you wall it in, it's not fully safe. But long-term, Poppy Paw has a lot of food located in one location that should be easy to defend. And, well, he'll have plenty more food to work with from where that came from. Kura Storehouse is going to be the choice coming out from Poppy Paw. Second up on the other side is, of course, going to be Kremlin. Pretty standard choices here. You're not really going to see Coca Township on land maps, except for very rare situations such as loose production, and that's typically going to be against Mongols. What I'm wondering, and it's already being highlighted in chat, is what kind of builds we're going to open up to in Feudal Age. Typically, when you know you're up against fast castle Japanese, you can get away with 2 TC as Roost, but 3 is too greedy. I'm not expecting double TC out of Poppy Paw, but what this does give him is flexibility to prep a Daimyo if he wants to quickly transition into more aggressive openings in Feudal Age, right? Typically, the Daimyo comes a little bit too delayed because you don't want to spend an extra 50 wood dropping off for stone. But this is just pitch perfect to switch between the two. The tech ups completing on both sides soon. Looks like the stone is being gathered. Looking at the map, Vortex actually has a really, really good spawn here for the double deer boar stack to the north side, so he doesn't even need more than 2 TCs. Other side of this, Poppy Paw, I don't want to see a second TC. I legit don't think you go for a second TC, and I think he agrees. Outpost is being dropped on the west side of the gold. He needs to drop one on the outpost, one on the north side if he wants to be 100% safe here. But honestly, you can get away with just 1 outpost against Roost here. You only need 5 workers to get the gold required for your tech up now. And then after that, you're able to scale into Mounted Samurai, which blocks night play for the Roost. In fact, I'd be surprised if Vortex even went for it here. I think going for Stables play just kind of idles you out and keeps you in Feudal Age longer, which puts you further behind. I mean, heck, we've even seen Mounted Samurai from Japanese absolutely destroy the French when they go full cav on each side. So there's no way I expect the Roost to fare better when their Feudal Knights and Castle Knights are worse variants of the French. So, TC up. He has got the boar sitting there, right? Yeah, Pumbaa's hiding in the TC structure. So we'll move over with the free scouts soon. Nice short wall. I like this. Poppy Paw, if he's going to rush a Castle Age play, the next step is trying to get units into the enemy eco as quickly as possible. One unfortunate detail is it's much harder to wall yourself in on the secondary TC. So although you've stopped the short route to your base, it means you're going to have to probably focus your defenses around the north side. And we are live, by the way, which is why we're back down to 1 time speed. Archery range now coming, so Poppy Paw. I like this read. This is really smart, right? Like, if the Roost actually want to contest you now, it's going to be Knights. And this gives you the required element to deal with this. Onimusha, pretty effective. Also, even raiding the flanks, and also, even if your opponent goes for Horse Archers, Onimusha, while they should fare worse than Horse Archers initially, they scale better with the Uma Bannerman. And then on top of that, it's never going to be as simple as Horse Archer versus Onimusha. It will always eventually turn into Horse Archer Knights versus Onimusha Mounted Samurai. And that's the situation where Onimusha win because A, they have more range, they can just kite away from the Horse Archer slightly. 2, or B, I love how I went A and then 2. The other detail that's really important is the Mounted Samurai don't get countered by Horse Archers. Horse Archers have high base damage, but if you calculate the numbers as a raw entity, with the heavy damage included, Onimusha slap harder. People, plenty of food left to work with, right? 12 compared to the 10. Another nice thing is, although your opponent has quite a lot of extra food to work with, you're naturally transitioning away from relying on finite food, right? These farms getting added in by the Kura Storehouse, It's why it's such a powerful choice for the Japanese and why it will always dominate on land maps is because the core storehouse makes it almost impossible to run out of food mid-game for the Japanese. You have to do something terribly wrong to find yourself starved. Floating gate now on the way. Wall's also going up, so yeah, he realizes what this is going to turn into. Great read here, actually, overall. Puppy Paw, the problem he now has is he's revealed his hand. I think, although I did like the archer range choice, I didn't like that he put it down so early. By putting it down so early on the forward, against Roost that have 3 scouts, it reveals your plan ahead of time, early enough, that you can see Vortex has already insulated himself to this play. This buys him 2 minutes, folks. 2 minutes because the first Yorishiro comes out, and then you have to wait 2 minutes afterwards. In 2 minutes, Vortex will be in Castle Age, and he will have his counters coming out. Yeah, not a great sign right now for Puppy Paw. Positive-wise, there is an access point to 4 relics on this map. Made that free now with Vortex doing this, but there's 3 relics you could easily go for still in this game. However, there is a villager moving out. I'd actually love to see Vortex, and I don't know why it just done that, move around and set up a wall on this relic as well, just so that long-term he has access to the majority in this game. And oh my. It is going to be a committed play into so Onimush come out. I love the Hopium in chat. The archery range is a decoy. If only. Puppy Paw has committed into it. Yorishiro's been dropped there. Shinto on the way. Bad news though, buddy. It's like, okay, guess we're not getting that one. Still a free relic game because Vortex didn't bother to wall in additional relics here, which I think is kind of a missed opportunity. But High Trade House now on the way. Not going to be the juiciest of ones here. A little bit surprised. I think Vortex had room here with triple woodline around him. That should have generated more. Get your numbers in now, folks. How many trees? How much gold are we going to get out of this High Trade House? Actually, now that we're reaching a point where both are in Castle Age, whether you're watching YouTube or live, this is the perfect time to put in who you think is going to win this. Is it going to be the Roos with Vortex, or is it going to be Puppy Paw on the Japanese? I don't think anyone has a clear edge yet. The Japanese are going to have the gold relic edge, so that will kind of mitigate the power of this villager count right now. Also, at this stage in the game, due to all the passive stone gathered axe, when you gathered extra words today, when you go for gold, you will see Puppy Paw having the opportunity to go in for a second TC himself, so the eco lead shouldn't necessarily build further for the Roos. In fact, there's a perfect TC placement just behind the base for Puppy Paw that I'm expecting him to grab in the next 30 seconds to a minute, rather. Words today. You can tell I'm getting hungry. Scout still on the inside. That's actually really good for Puppy Paw. He gets a lot of info in this area, so you can see what his opponent is up to. So 55 trees. Horse Archers coming. So now we get to answer the question, what wins, Onimusha or Horse Archers? I think Horse Archers, once you have Boy's Fortitude, is really sick here. But you need to get Boy's Fortitude. And it's not cheap. 250 gold at this stage when you have to get other upgrades can usually kind of set you back. But credit to him. He's got plenty of gold in reserve. First Horse Archers hit the field. And look at the base damage. 12 versus the 10. The interesting thing here is in the health. By raw count to begin with, the Horse Archers are better off. The Onimusha really trying to get that edge in the extra tile range though, right? It's 5.5 versus 4.5, so the idea is you're meant to kite here. But Puppy Paw already failing in that regard. The other detail that's going to help him a lot is if he's able to get into the Umabanam, but instead, it looks like Puppy Paw is switching up and going into Yuumi Onobugisha. Let's see what we're doing. High Trade House 165. That's actually really good. It looks like I was wrong here. I didn't notice this second tree line. I'm blind today. So, really good play there. Probably the best value he's going to find on the map. There's a few spots that might come close, but I don't think there's going to be anything quite as high as this. So, well played by Vortex to get basically 2 relics worth of income on the gold via the landmark. In the game where the relics also have not been fully secured. North side is still kind of exposed here. Lady's making the move out. I think this is too early, though. Puppy Paw needs to slow down, right? Get the numbers together. At bare minimum, you need double digits of the owner. Also, the problem is now you revealed this plan so early. I wouldn't be surprised if we now see Knights added in, which is a pretty natural play for the Roos at this stage in the game, right? With Boy's Fortitude coming out, it's even better. It's a double whammy, right? Instead, looks like we're actually going to get archers from Vortex. Interesting. I guess that's due to a limited amount of food long term, and you're already spending a lot of food on the horse archers, right? Just around the sacred sites in the meantime. You need to be a little bit careful about where you position if you're Vortex here. One thing that does have me worried for this comp choice is that Vortex doesn't have a front line at all. You're going archer plus horse archers, so who's meant to keep the Ona Bagisha at bay when you reach scale? And I just saw the ban on the word. Okay, there we go. But this is going to scale upwards, right? And it's going to get worse, especially when the layers get added in. When you get Daimyo level 2, level 3, all of a sudden this is going to be a non-stop pump. In fact, this is a very strong time in the game for Puppy Paw because he's able to play flanks. He should really be looking to start splitting off groups of Ona and burning through the walls. Here's the Knight transition we talked about. This is the counter to everything right now. Puppy Paw has been baited entirely off of the Musha, so he just doesn't have a solution to this. Going Samurai doesn't work either because you just get cycle charged by Knights. So if Vortex is able to hide this until there's about 10 Knights deep, with Boy's Fortitude as well, it's going to break everything Puppy Paw is trying to do right now. Unfortunately for him, that relic was already taken. So isn't this going to be a free relic split for the Japanese? All such as are being a pain in the ass though. Well played. I'm getting a bit worried we haven't seen a second TC yet. I mean, Puppy Paw should understand just how far behind they must be. They know it's 2 TC Roos. It has to be here. The timings in the game, Puppy Paw will know them well. This was way too slow of a Castle Age timing for it to be 1 TC all in. So as this game goes on, you begin to fall further and further behind. And with the 4-5 Palisade walls, you start to see why the Roos are so revered on practically any map. It takes so much longer to burn through these Palisades at a critical point in the game. Late game, sure, you know, you can say you don't have Stonewalls, great, but in the mid game, when you have limited amounts of units, it's a very big investment to stand there for an extra 1,000 HP taking down a wall. And his Vortex is very cozy behind it all. Farms are being added in, first farm cluster complete. This is a very cozy time as well. I say typically you want to be over 80 villages when you make a farm transition, but the cool thing about playing Roos is because you get an extra 20% wood, that timing comes in quicker for you than other civs. Second TC finally coming in from Puppy Paw, but now 30 villages behind. Even worse than that still, actually, because it looks like the horse archers are sniping out additional peasants. Oh, man, this is bad right now. These horse archers need to be cleared up. And ladies are on the way. So finally, the raiders are going to come to an end. But behind this is the next layer I'm worried about to this cake. Crossbows also now being added in. A great quick reaction. Vortex, the moment he saw that there was Samurai, already prepping to be 2 steps ahead now, Puppy Paw. Also, map control kind of in an awkward position here. Like, if Vortex wants, he can lock in 3 sacred sites. And he can contest the north side too. Right? So at that point, Puppy Paw has to dance back and forth between the two with a less mobile army. Yes, he's got these Ona ladies, but on top of that, he's got Samurai, which move much slower than the archers. Decap coming in, Puppy Paw. I don't think he realizes what this fight's about to be. It's going to be a revelation. Archers show their face here. Knights are going to back away. Just need to hold back that squishy front line. And this should be enough to push him back. Puppy Paw has to go in for the clash, but it's going to be a bad one for him. Oh, this is just so uncomfortable. I mean, you can't let him just get free trades in, but at the same time, if you commit with a full A-click to this fight, it's just going to be a GG. So Puppy Paw now backing away, but trailing by 33 villages. That number, although it's not going to grow, at least not through just raw TC production, it could grow through other means. And we're heading towards those means right now. Militia, they come out. A dive into the base. No Shogunate Castle, so no strong defense here. Vortex going to have to take the clash, though. More than willing to. With no Shogunate to protect him, Puppy Paw just doesn't have ample forces to stand here. Now the militia in. Puppy Paw being idled out with practically all of his food right now. Backside is at least still gathering for the time being, but that's not going to last for long. Knights go in for the clash, and straight away, the militia are sent into tank. This game is over. Puppy Paw about to be without food income entirely. He's trying to gather the stone for a Shogunate, but we're past that point now, folks. Far deep past that point. Second TC is exposed. Eco is not working anymore. Army's non-existent, and Vortex makes it look so surgical the way he pulls down this Canadian. Man, tough game. Vortex just reminding us quickly why Roos looked to be one of the top tier most bannable civs in the game. Just a dominant showing here. Now with over double the eco, no real military for Puppy Paw to defend himself with. Game's going to be over. It's just unfortunate the way this played out. I think that archery range was the detail that cost Puppy Paw the game. Revealed his strategy too early, got walled off before he could do damage, and from there on out, Vortex executes perfectly. Oof, man. Tough game from there, man. Who's the Roos guy? That is Vortex, sir. The one and only. Quite the brutal beatdown. One sec, I need to send a message quickly. Okay. Let's see. Food in 15 minutes. Okay, so we've got enough time for another one. Let's see what we've got here. So, you got any livers right now? Levers? Actually, was there a game I wanted to cast in the replays? Now that I think about it. Free push-ups? Dude, if I do push-ups, you don't get a game. We have 15 minutes until food. 15 minutes, sir! It takes me 2 minutes to do free push-ups. Look. 1, 2, 3. How believable was that? Dude, I just like, I got back up, the viewership went down by 20. Oh man. Alright, so let's have a quick look. Let's see what we've got. I think, maybe. Can you sell Stormgate to me? I don't need to. It's free! That was smart, right? That was smart. The double sell. Stormgate is appealing to kind of a middle ground, actually, between most RTSs, right? The pacing is actually quite nice for Age of Empires or StarCraft people alike. It's hitting a middle ground. On top of that, if you like a game that actually is being developed with not just 1v1s in mind, but team games, single player, co-op, and modding all taking just as much of a priority in the mind of the devs, then Stormgate is the game for you. Every other game in the last few years trips up and neglects one of those core elements. But the Stormgate devs have been incredibly vocal about why all of them are important to their success. On top of that, they actually are quick and responsive to feedback and thoughts from the community, which is something that I think we can all agree most RTSs right now don't do. So definitely worth your attention, definitely worth keeping an eye on and seeing how it develops. Even if it's too early for you to be super interested, it's definitely worth peeking in as the game develops. Especially because I won the anime waifu faction. So the one problem that, again, Blitzkrieg, is the moment we do that, I talked about this before. There's no way to use the chatbot to push the people, like there's some sort of point redemption. So then it's very confusing for anyone who's not watching live. That's the tough part, right? Is our content is also our YouTube content. Right, now we're running out of more time, so we need to find a game ASAP. Because my food is going to be ready soon. That was me getting excited about food. I'm sorry. Just looking down the list right now. Fact. Who we got? Oh my god. AoE full world. Load. Please. We'll slide in another one before we go and eat. I'm thinking, do we come back? How long have I been streaming today, actually? Because I've got some things I need to sort behind the scenes. So I'm weighing up whether we come back after I eat or not. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, how long have we been live? I'm weighing it up. Community games when? Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe we slide some community. It's tough because like people aren't back until late. So community games kind of obviously has been a little bit tough the last week or two. Because I want to do some Stormgate casts tomorrow and Friday. Sorry, Thursday. And I won't be streaming Friday because I'll be hosting rather the EGC tournament. But next week we'll definitely have time. I know it's been like, I know people want community games more, but it's always tough to like get the time right at the moment. We're trying to shift towards later streams as we go, and we'll get there. But rest assured there will be more community games in the future. So, I believe... Oh, yeah, we came on really early. So this has been like a... It might be good to finish in about 10 minutes then, because that'll be an 8-hour stream. Because we came on really live today. So if you check the VODs, there's like 2 hours of early gameplay if you want to catch more games, because I imagine a bunch of you are tuning in a little bit later. But because I'm going to go eat soon, I think I like the idea of just like rounding out now. I think that works quite nicely. And then tomorrow, I'm going to do more Age of Empires 4. So definitely make sure you tune in. I'll be live by midday. And then later on the stream, we're going to cast some Stormgate games. Because I'm going to basically prep a bunch of downloads so that we can watch back some of the amazing games that happened across the weekend between some familiar faces, actually. I can tell you guys there's at least a few players you'll know. Obviously, the Viper tried for a run there. Didn't end too well for them. But Stacy, the rank 30th account on the Stormgate leaderboards, that actually belongs to Recon, both of them. Mixu, someone who's been around Age of Empires before, very talented in StarCraft, has been dominating the Stormgate. Lucifron and Vortex obviously didn't have to play, so we won't be able to see them because they qualified directly. But there'll be plenty of games. Yeah, Blitzkrieg, just stay here until it dies. That's the plan. So, you know what we do? While I wait for food, do we just do like a quick look at Reddit? I'm wondering, is there any interesting topical banters going on? Probably not. This is the popular thing to do, right? You uncover content. Wait, what's going to happen? Wait. Is he just... No. You literally walk next to his mill. You deserve this. Oh my god. Dude, he wants the wolf so badly. Just kill the wolf. Oh. Firm handshakes all around. You get 25 gold. I get 1,250 food. Nice, good trade. Fair trade. Oh, man. What? Oh, that's a good question. What's the least canon matchup? I would say the least canon matchup is probably... Ooh. Would it be Japanese versus French? Because they were out of the war before Japan came in, right? On the side of Axis. I mean, I guess there was resistance. That's probably... like. That feels like that's the most non-canon one, right? Ottomans versus Abbasids? Sure, so this guy's thinking in the wrong way. I would think the area they encompassed, because then, like, you could just do so many different Abbasid ones, right? Because, like, you could have... Abbasids and Rus, I'm pretty sure, never fought. Abbasid, like, so if you want to get technical on this, it's Abbasids versus Japanese. Because the Japanese Empire didn't identify as, like, Japan, whole Japan for quite a while, if I remember correctly. When was Japan established? Was it 1794? I feel like they didn't... maybe I'm wrong on that. When was it founded? Because they had the system, but I don't know if they called themselves Japan at that stage. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I'm probably wrong on that. Maybe, but Japanese versus Abbasids, like, there's no way they ever fought, right? Zhuji versus Jeanne d'Arc actually might be an interesting... the two fictional sisters. Okay, well played, sir. I think he just wins. I mean, Jeanne d'Arc was real, but, you know. Alright, screw it. Anything else interesting happening? We are here on the brand new map in Ranked Forts. This has quickly become my favorite map. Oh. Dude, like, yeah, no. Forts is going to be interesting in the tournament, guys, because Forts doesn't spawn consistently still. Sometimes you get diagonal, sometimes you get, like, stagger. Like, sometimes you get both on one side. It's very weird. Was a Lego? Wait, what? Lego medieval castle builder, Pog. Wait. What? What? wait. Hold on. No, I can't. This guy is in feudal age when the Mongol player is in imp. Just calling him a cheater. Are you kidding me, dude? These people don't really exist, right? Oh my god, dude, he's feudal age trading as the HRE. That's a silver game? Yeah, but one of them is a Smurf, man. What a nice guy. What a nice guy. I don't know why he blanked out the guy's name. Shame him. Alright, guys. I think food's going to be ready in a sec. So I think I better get ready to go. Sorry, Age of Empires. Now we do both. The Aesthetic Mode Tournament? No, what's this? Is that like a thing I'm going to find if I do this? Best looking... Wait. Is that actually a thing? People compete to make the best looking base? See, the problem with that is you can't just click into a game to see the final form. You'd have to, like, let it play out, which would make it kind of slow, sadly. I'm curious, actually. Stormgate. What are they talking about? Have people found any funny things in Stormgate? People rolling their eyes. Why am I looking at Stormgate? I do need to get a YouTube channel set up separate for Stormgate. A lot of talk, not many memes. I'm disappointed. Big Sag. All right. Who's had this experience? Be honest. Ironically, that's how you make someone else your bitch. Yeah. All right. I am gonna get ready to raid someone. Let's see who is live. EGC on live. But we'll use them to hop in to other place. Wait, no, Stormgate. Whoops. Who have we got live? I think we're going to raid Corvinus, actually. Let's give Corvinus some love. Alright, guys. That is going to be it from me today. We've done a good 8-hour stream. I will be back tomorrow. I will be back on Thursday Wednesday, I'm not sure of. I might have some things to sort, but we'll see because I won't be able to stream on Friday. But you'll be able to catch my EGC there. So hopefully you're already followed. You've got notifications turned on so you know when we go live, and your asses are going to be back on your seats, ready to watch more Age of Empires for tomorrow, followed by some very enjoyable Stormgate. But guys, for now, I am going to raid through to Corvinus, go give him some love. It looks like he's playing Delhi right now. He just slapped Pleco! Yeah! Down with Pleco. You know how we feel about this, guys. Pleco just got crotch stomped. That's all that matters. Nothing else matters to us. I don't know if this is Empire Wars starts or whatever. It looks like he's playing some Empire Wars. Pleco is second place in Empire Wars, but he just got knocked down a bit. So go have some fun with Corvinus. I'll see you all back here by midday tomorrow for more Age of Empires 4 action. Don't be a stranger. I'll see you in the next one.
Stonewall.